hungry. I got you. Come on. Oh, oh my God, my body is in pain. I can't walk. Speeding over here. Don't mind me. Talking to myself. Eating a dog. There you go. There you go, sir. Oh my God, I need to take Advil because I feel like somebody kicked my ass. Oh, girl. Crazy. Hey, more than enough. How you doing? I know. That's why I named this Feels in the Air. Because I think we're all in our feels. You know what I'm saying? All of our feels are hurt. Feels in the air. Because I feel like my feels are in the air right now. Like, in the air, air. Is that a song? Or am I thinking of bed? I was just in the car and the song Confessions came on. Well, it's Confessions Part 2, Usher. And I'm thinking in my head, this is a really fucked up song. And he's lucky to be alive today. Think about this, right? The whole song is about him getting another girl pregnant, right? He was with, what was her name? Was it T-Boz? I don't know. It was one of the girls from TLC, right? Longtime girlfriend or wife, even, I don't even know. I don't know if they were married or they were together a long time. He cheats on her, right? So not only does he cheat on her, he gets another girl pregnant, and he makes a song about it, right? And then this song becomes a huge hit. And then he capitalizes off of getting another girl pregnant. He makes money off of that. And then he does it all the while making us feel bad for him because we're like, oh, poor Usher, must be so hard to tell your longtime girlfriend that you got another girl pregnant while you were cheating on her. Like we're like simping for him. Like we feel bad. We're like, poor Usher, must be so hard to confess. Oh, so hard. Like I'm listening to the one part of the song. He's like, I'm driving in my whip, racing to a place. He's like preparing to tell her to her face, right? And then she opens up the door, and then he's like, basically, she didn't want him to come in. And he's like, wow, pretty baby. And we're supposed to be like, oh, poor guy. He got the door slammed in his face. But he's like, he made millions off this shit. And here's the worst part. Because I was listening to XM Fly, so they give you like little history lessons, right? They didn't put part 1 on the album for some reason. They only put part 2, right? So it's Confessions Part 2. So now she's got to sit around and wonder what part 1 contained, what kind of shit he did in part 1, because that wasn't on the album. It's kind of messed up. I don't know. I was just thinking about that. I'm like, that's some fucked up shit, man. He's lucky that girl didn't kill him. Publicly embarrassed her, and then makes $1 million off the song. Well, the album, And I'm like, wow, that's some fucked up shit. She's a narcissist. No, I don't know. But, Chili, that's who it was. Chili is dating Joey, who his brother. Wait, what? Him and his 2 brothers have a great podcast on Brotherly Love. What's Wahoo? What is that? So my daughter was telling me about being accused of being a terrorist. I had to explain why he's so wrong. Oh, that's messed up. I was like thinking of that about it. I'm like, this is fucked up. Like, I mean, I've listened to the song a million times. Like, you think I would have thought about this like 10 years ago when it came out or longer? But I just thought about it and I'm like, that's kind of fucked up. Like, he made a lot of money off this song, off of embarrassing this woman, And like, people still liked him, like, I still like him. I mean, he fucked up. He made a mistake, but he kind of twisted it and tried to make it look like he was the victim a little bit in that song. I don't appreciate that. But I do love Usher. So anyway, we never know our time on earth. Every day is right, never guaranteed. That's true. So anyway, I've always felt somewhat rude, especially to be Tim. Dude, yeah, Usher can dance and move. He absolutely can. Joey, he used to say, I forgot what 90s sitcoms he used to always say. I don't know what you're talking about. Huh. Joey, like from Blossom? I don't know. I have no idea what you're talking about. Whoa. Oh, that's what you're talking about. Whoa. From Blossom. That's what you're talking about. All right. So, dude, last night, well, it wasn't, yeah, I guess it was last night, right? Yeah, because it was like the evening hours here in New York, right? Going into like the night hours. I am just blown away. Just fucking blown away, dude. I shouldn't be, you know? I shouldn't be. I don't know how to explain this because I'm not surprised. Like, because I always have low expectations of people on YouTube. I just do. I guess I'm jaded, right? From all my years of uh being here, that I just kind of expect people to be douches for the most part. Not everybody, not you guys. I'm saying, some creators, like I just kind of already like go into things like thinking that, all right, people are assholes, Leanna, maybe that's why I don't get too close to some people, like I got my little group of friends that I've been friends with for 5 years. And then I don't expand out too much too often. Right. So last night, I'm like, I want to hear what Heels has to say first off. Now, granted, it's probably not going to change my mind, but like I always find it fascinating to see how people are going to handle themselves and handle situations like this, right? Because we've watched people, or at least I've watched people in situations like this, and not so far, I have to say, like 9 out of 10 people just don't handle it well. They just don't handle it well. So I wasn't really going into this expecting her to handle this with any type of dignity. When I was thinking about something last night, she used to go up on like panels with people, like Queen Bee's panel specifically, right? And I would be listening and I would notice, and I think I said this the other day, but I'm just reiterating this. Like there was certain points in conversations where she would get very quiet and really wouldn't share too much of her opinion. And I would wonder to myself, because I always wonder that, like when there's multiple people on a panel, like why is this person so quiet right now, during this part of the conversation? And I can't think of anything specific. I'm just, I'm just thinking back to like, was there any signs that I might have noticed that something was strange? Now, granted, I didn't think anything like what happened would happen, but just something was off. I guess I might have noticed at one point in time. And I was also thinking that she would ask a lot of like strange questions. I don't know. She would ask like weird questions sometimes, depending on the topic. Sometimes I'd be like, that's a weird question. And I would wonder to myself, is she asking that question to like provoke thoughts or make, an argument or something? Or is she like really not know the answer to that question? Because sometimes they would be questions that were just very like obvious. Like, I don't know. I can't really explain it. But I just remember thinking that sometimes when she was on panels, like her behavior was just odd sometimes on panels, I guess. That's what I'm saying. I noticed certain things, like she would just disappear at certain times. And that could be anything. She could be busy or whatever. But the one thing I noticed the most was that she was quiet sometimes. She would get quiet during certain times, which might not have meant anything, it might not have meant anything. But I'm just trying to think back, like, was there any signs out there? The only other sign, hey, what are you doing? The only other sign that that I know people are gonna be like, oh, well, you just don't like Tiffany and that's why this is bothering you. It's not that, dude. It's not that. It's just like she kind of seemed to always refuse to see, like, dude, the information's out there on Tiffany. Like, you call out people on your channel, right? Tiffany writes a $1,500 check and lies about it, and you don't put that in a video when you're constantly calling people out. So like makes me wonder if they had conversations behind the scenes or something, or if maybe she was worried that Tiffany was going to find her out. But last night was a shit show. And sometimes I guess it's better to say nothing at all than to get up on your channel and sound extremely nervous, and then stumble all over your words, and then kind of double down in some of the things. After a while, I just stopped listening because I was like, this is, this is doing me no good. It's doing me no good. It's doing her no good, but it's doing me no good to listen to this because I'm just getting aggravated listening to it. I mean, she was just all over the place. There was no fucking explanation, no accountability, no apologies for anything. When somebody, here's the thing, and I said this the other day with that girl, somebody's going to apologize, it should come from their heart. Like, granted, I don't want her to apologize if she's not actually sorry. Let me put that out there. If she's not sorry, she shouldn't apologize to people. If she, and that's what I got last night, is that she's not sorry. She doesn't feel like she did anything wrong. She obviously didn't learn anything from her experiences back then, but she seemed genuinely confused as to why people were upset. And I don't know if she was just putting an act on or what was going on, but she seemed genuinely confused as to why people were upset and confused. And I'm like, I just want to know. I wouldn't have even gone up on the panel because I feel like I wouldn't have gotten a straight answer from her. But like, what was her purpose? I just find it strange, right? She doesn't want to look racist. She made that clear, right? She doesn't want people to think that she's racist. But I have to ask why a white, middle-aged woman would start a blog that pretty much centrally focuses on Black cases, right? That only involve Black people as victims, right? And then following along this attorney, like she said, like she tried to say, right? This Crump guy, who we all know, yes, might be a controversial figure in it, but like he's dealing mostly, right, in Black rights movements, in these cases, and then just accusing him of lying and lying and lying, and it just, dude, my mom always said this, and she's right. If it walks like a duck and talks like a duck, it's a duck, So I mean, I just find it weird that you would invest so much time into these cases that all have Black people at their center of them, and then Burnt Toast went live. And that's where everything changed. That's where everything really changed for me. She read a couple of excerpts from some of her blog posts, and I was just fucking blown away. Just fucking blown away, dude. All Black crimes, and pretty much saying they were all playing the race card. It was baffling because some I never thought that way at all. Exactly. Right. In every situation, they're playing the race card. But what she wrote about, I think it was Trayvon Martin's family, to the family, that open letter, I was like, what the fuck, dude? What the fuck is wrong with this woman? None of her stuff about Crump, though. No, there was nothing on there about him. And I'm like, what? Yeah, Burnt Toast, dude. I've never seen her that angry. I knew right from the start of that live, she got up there and she tried to manipulate everybody. And I have to agree with Burnt Toast. She said it last night on her panel, and her chat was moving so fast. So I said, I'm not going to, I'll talk about it on a live one day. But Burnt Toast was one of the points that she brought up was that she felt like she was like her token friend, and I have to agree with that 100%, her feeling like that, because she got on the panel and the first thing she did was I was on the phone with my very friend, good friend, Burnt Toast, so she tried to kind of use Burnt Toast as like a shield in a sense, because she knows that, she's very well respected. Laura used to do that with me back in the day. Laura would throw my name out there, to kind of like as a shield, like, well, make a mobster is, agrees with me. So, like, I'm good. It's like, Laura, don't put my name in your shit. Okay, thanks. So I know how Burnt Toast is feeling, because I've had to feel like that several times when Laura used to do that to me, but it's not even on the same scale. I'm just saying, when somebody's just like kind of throwing your name into something that really doesn't have anything to do with you, it's infuriating. But she throws Burnt Toast name in there, and she's like, "Oh, I was on the phone with my good friend Burnt Toast." And she advised me not to go live, and that's why I didn't go live. And she really just tried to flipping the blame on her. And I was like, as soon as I heard that, I was like, oh, this shit's not going good, dude. This ain't gonna end well for you. I think strategically she went live to she look, we all know Burnt Toast gets a hold of some shit. I said it yesterday morning on my live. What did I say? I said I will wait for Burnt Toast to go live because I know she's a hell of a lot smarter than I am, and she does a lot better research than I do. And she's gonna lay it all out on the table and make it clear so that we all understand what's going on. So there's no questions afterwards. And she did exactly that last night. So I knew that was gonna happen. So and me knowing that was gonna happen, I think Heels also knew that was gonna happen. So I strategically think, she decided to start a live, and she gave herself away several times by saying, "Oh, I don't want to stay live when Burnt Toast goes live. I want to end this before she gets off," which was bullshit. I think that was bullshit. I think she had all intentions, which is why she opened up her panel at a certain point, because we all know, like, once a panel opens up, it's very hard to end the live after that. It's hard to like tell people, okay, well, everybody shut the fuck up now. I'm ending this. It doesn't work like that. So I think she was like sinking in a hole, and she decided to open her panel up to try to fill in the gaps because she was not doing a very good job of explaining herself. She was kind of like doubling down on things and kind of dodging questions. And I don't even know why she went live. I really felt like it was like Diane 2.0, like I was listening to last night. Like even her voice morphed into Diane's voice in my brain last night. They almost sounded the same. And I was like, this is just not going good. It's not going good. I sent her a few things on Twitter as well. Yeah. She definitely tried to use the friendship to her advantage. The whole situation is sad, Heather Murray. Look, I wasn't close with Heels in the Air, so I personally don't feel burned by her or duped. One thing that I did notice last night, and I really think it's important to address here, was several people across, people that I was talking to privately last night, and then people that were in chats and everything, they were saying that they feel embarrassed. They feel embarrassed that, they were ever friends with her, or that they believed her, that they fell for her shit. Why? Why do you feel embarrassed? You know who should feel embarrassed? She should feel embarrassed. But you shouldn't feel embarrassed. It's the fucking internet, dude. We only see what people want us to see on here. So she only showed us what she wanted to show us. So what are you embarrassed about? Being a good person and thinking that somebody else's morals aligned with yours? Don't feel embarrassed. Don't feel stupid. You thought that this person who was presenting exactly what she was presenting to us was a good person, because that's what she was presenting to us. And it turns out she wasn't such a great person after all. But you shouldn't feel embarrassed. She's the one who should feel embarrassed, honestly. To openly be racist, not only to openly, in the year 2023, okay, not only to have those types of thoughts in your brain, okay, but to, and I'm fuck 2023, even in 2010, okay, let's just go back a decade, a little over a decade, even at that point in time in our history, okay, to not only have those types of thoughts in your head, but to publish them on the internet is insane to me. Like, there has to be something fucking mentally wrong with you that you felt the need to do that and share that on the internet, that you would put your own racist thoughts out on a blog on the internet. What's wrong with you? What is wrong with you? And then she said, I didn't take accountability. I wanted to go on. I get it though. Incredible. Talked Carol, huh? I look, Heels in the Air. I hope you learned something from this. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I don't think that everybody's misinterpreting what they saw or read. And look, if you feel that way, don't apologize for it. If you feel that way, you feel that way. You just got to understand that the majority of us, like, when you write shit like that, it makes the rest of us look bad. And don't disguise it in not being able to discuss the facts of the case, right? Without being attacked of being a racist, because nobody knows what your skin color is on the internet, on an anonymous webpage called Web Sleuths. Nobody knows what your skin color is by your, fake name on the internet. So, sorry, that's a bullshit excuse to me. I couldn't discuss the case because, people were attacking me, calling me racist. Couldn't discuss the details of the case. So I started a blog, and then I really gave my thoughts on these situations, and I blamed the parents for the way that they raised them. And God, it must be the twerking. It must be that damn twerking gets you every time. You realize white people twerk too, right? I just want to put that out there. You're clearly not very familiar with Black culture, and how that whole thing works. I've grown up basically following Black culture my whole life because I've listened to rap music my whole life. And so it's, to me, an art form of poetry that talks about the struggles, from Tupac to Biggie to Nas, talking about, bigger struggles that Black people go through in our world. And I'll never fucking claim to understand it because I'm white as fuck, but I mean, the way you talk about it is sickening. The way you talk about it is sickening. Acting like only Black people do certain things and stereotyping them and putting them into this little category. I mean, shit. I just never seen nothing like it. And blaming the parents because their child was living thug life. You realize that there's white kids that live that thug life too, right? Shit, I was one of them. My friends were. We grew up bumping rap in our, trunks. I mean, I don't know what generation you're from, but that was our generation. But just because a kid smokes some pot doesn't mean he deserves to be killed by a grown-ass man while he's walking home with a package of Skittles in his hand. I mean, and just because the jury said that acquitted that guy, that don't mean shit. Because the same fucking state, Casey Anthony was acquitted. So clearly there's something going on in Florida. Clearly. Maybe the jury instructions aren't too clear. I don't know. But I mean, it's just like, just hearing that one letter blew me the fuck away with the ignorance that I was hearing about the twerking and just, wow, man. Wow. And why would, see, here's the other thing that was really fucking with me yesterday, right? Like, why the fuck do you feel like you're owed as a white woman who's in your middle ages, right? Your middle age. Why do you feel like this Black mother owes you a fucking explanation of what she's doing with her kid's autopsy photo? Like, dude, that's her kid. And if she wants to fucking show the world his autopsy photo, that's on her. That's her fucking kid. She carried that kid in her stomach for 9 months and gave birth to that kid. And if she wants to show his fucking autopsy photo, then go the fuck ahead. By all rights, especially if she's trying to fight for justice for him, But you, as a white middle-aged woman, you got no fucking right putting that shit out there. And I don't understand why you don't see the difference there. How dare you question the mom and where she got the picture from? And what the fuck? It's her son. It's her kid. She can do whatever the fuck she wants with her kid. I couldn't believe some of the fucking ignorance I was hearing. And that was just a small sampling of it. Just a small sampling of it. This is what keeps this shit going in our society nowadays. Like, people like that. It's so embarrassing to us, to those of us who don't feel like that and think like that people like that exist and people think like that. It's one thing to have another opinion on the case and be like, I don't think that the boy, was murdered. I think that the Kendrick Johnson case, I think it was an accident. I think he accidentally went in there, and fine. That's totally different than the shit that you were saying and doing. Totally different. Completely different scenarios. You know, I don't know, it just tells me that your political roots and beliefs run deep, man. They run deep. Hills girl, you are one sick bitch. Yeah. I don't know who the hell Heels in the Air is, as she knew. Yeah, well, relatively new. She came here clipping Betty Bullhorn and, you know, Molly Golightly and JLR and all these people. And then, we come to find out she has this blog that just is mind-numbingly fucked up and racist as fuck. I mean, the pictures and the memes, how convenient that you forget every single one of them. Oh, I forgot. I forgot about that one. Well, if I did it, I'm sorry. Come on, dude. Come on. If I did that one, I'm sorry. I don't remember. What case was that? I couldn't, how uncomfortable it was listening to, I don't know if it was Nunya was on panel at that point in time or that other woman. Forgive me for forgetting her name. The other woman that was highly educated, Black woman who was on her channel, who talked about, her dissertation that she wrote and everything. She, I forget which one it was, but I think it was Nunya. I'm pretty sure it was Nunya. Nunya was basically saying like, dude, that meme with the Black young men with their pants hanging down, saying, she's like, I don't think I made that meme. Was that a tweet or a retweet? And I'm like, well, either way, you shared it, right? Like, if you made it, it's fucked up. And if you shared it, it's fucked up. Because, if you share something like that and you don't caption it like, what the fuck kind of bullshit is this? Then it probably means you agree with it, right? Probably means that you somehow think that meme makes sense. And I mean, it's so stupid. God almighty. The pants sagging is because it's a signal to men who are available in jail. God, how ignorant you fucking are. It really shows you have no knowledge of that culture just at all, dude. At all. Oh my God. That's so embarrassing. How embarrassing for you. Go watch the fucking history of hip hop on VH1 or some shit. Cause that's embarrassing, dude. That is fucking embarrassing. Oh my God. Every kid I knew in high school walked around. I knew what everybody's boxer shorts looked like in high school. Everybody's. They all walked around with their pants hanging off their asses. And I went to school with predominantly white kids, and I could guarantee 99% of them weren't gay. So you're a little wrong there. But I mean, like, are you kidding me, dude? You related with that in some way, like you thought that was funny. So you shared it. So it don't matter if you actually made that tweet yourself or if you just shared it off of somebody else's, retweeted it. It don't matter. Because either way, it makes you look bad that you like think that that's actually the truth. Like you think that that's the truth. So you were like, yeah, I'm going to share this. Girl, come on. There's this little part of me, and people might get mad at me saying this, but this is just because I have empathy for other people. There's this little part of me that feels bad for her because I'm like, you could tell last night, you could hear it in her voice. Her voice is shaking and she was very nervous and she was all over the place. And I could tell she was upset. I don't need to be sitting in the room with her to tell it. She was nervous and upset, clearly, but I don't know. I don't know who advised you to go live last night and to try to clear things up, or I don't know. I don't know what the fuck you were really thinking with that, but it just did not turn out well. It didn't go the way you wanted it to. And it, in my opinion, made you actually look worse. It actually made you look worse. I mean, people wanted the answers. They went up there and they wanted the answers from you, and you just refused to address certain things. And when you did address certain things, it was like, well, I forgot. Or if that was me, that's not taking responsibility. If that was me, if that was my post, I apologize about that. Look, if you felt that way at that time, That's one thing. But like the lady said it yesterday on the panel, very educated woman. And I said the same thing yesterday. You know, when you're going to go apologize to somebody, that apology needs to, number one, acknowledge and accept what you did wrong. Okay. Number two, what did you learn from it? You know, what did you learn from the situation? And then number three, what are you going to do moving forward, you know, to change your behavior? And like, again, if you're not sorry, don't apologize. Don't apologize just because you want to hold on to this fallacy, you know, this fucking facade that you've been putting on for people. You know, like, I don't know if you're lonely in your life or what the story is, but don't apologize just to hang on to people on YouTube. You know, apologize because you're sorry. If you're not sorry, don't apologize. You know, then come up here and be like, no, I'm not sorry. I put my research into that case. This is the way I felt. It sounds to me like, you know, you should rename your channel Tinfoil Hats in the Air, but that's just my opinion. A little, because it was a little conspiracy vibes there I was getting. Now, I'm not familiar with every single case she was discussing. I did, you know, follow the Trayvon Martin case, not in, you know, great detail, but I remember it in the news. I remember it being a big story. I remember feeling disappointed when that guy got acquitted, you know. I remember looking at photos of that boy and just thinking what a handsome young man he was, you know, and how sad this is that he's like not going to get to experience the rest of his life. The Kendrick thing I found a year ago, which was another thing that she lied about, which was really weird, right? Because I found this, God, it had to be a year ago. I might be able to actually go look back and see when I found this video. But I was watching, I believe it was Kendall Ray's video on that case. And you know, Kendall Ray, she like does like deep dives into these cases. And when I got off, I was like, wow, this is just like so crazy. Like, I want to know more about this, you know? So I typed the boy's name into the search bar, and the first thing that came up was Heels in the Air's video. And I was like really confused because I was like, you know, she's always kind of presented it. And I've even asked her before, like, you know, how long have you been around? Like, and she's always made it like she just found our community and like hasn't been on YouTube long. Like, she's a noob to YouTube. But when I looked at the video, it was like from 9 years ago or more. And I was like, wait a second. I'm like, she got a channel back then? Because like she kind of made it like this was like her first channel and she's like new to this. And, you know, she doesn't know how to like do this and that. And now it's like, wait a second, you had videos posted from 9-10 years ago? Like, that's weird. But I didn't think anything more of it, you know? I didn't think anything wrong with it. I was a little confused though, because like the title of the one video was like graphic, you know, death scene. And I'm like thinking like, why would you post something like this if you are constantly calling people out for this kind of stuff, you know? Like, it just wasn't adding up to me. She said Trayvon had better parents, he'd be alive. That's such bullshit, dude. How dare you in any case really blame the parents for the, you know? I mean, I don't know, maybe she doesn't have children, or maybe she wasn't a child herself, or maybe she lived a really sheltered life. But like, I had great parents, you know, but I did a lot of stupid shit as a teenager, you know? I ended up turning out to be a good person in life. I mean, a decent person, right? But like, I did a lot of stupid shit with my friends when I was young, you know? So that didn't make me a bad person. It just made me a teenager that was, you know, growing and trying to learn and make mistakes that I could learn from, you know, and experience life. I mean, to say that she had the parents' fault, like, what? Megan Master only has a few here, I think, mods. Why? What's the matter? Yeah, what's wrong? What's wrong with going to the store? I don't know. That's a great question. It's a great question. I mean, I was a mess when I was younger. I was, you know, I was. I mean, I wasn't like horrible. I knew a lot of kids that were worse than me, you know. I tried to always like, I always saw a line when I was a young teenager, and there, you know, I would go a little bit over the line, but then I would go back to the line. I would take maybe 10 more steps off that line, then I go back to the line, because I always had the fear of my family, you know, my grandparents, my family, because I had a big family. And so when I did something stupid, I didn't have just my mom and dad yelling at me. I had 5 other sets of, my aunts and uncles and my grandparents and shit yelling at me, calling me up, and my cousins, what the fuck are you doing, Liana? So it was like I almost didn't do some shit just because of like the public embarrassment I would have fucking felt. And all of the disappointment I would have had to feel, all the people I would have disappointed. As fucked up as that sounds, right? Because I don't even talk to most of my family now. But when I was growing up, that's what kept me grounded for the most part. But at the same time, I was a teenager, and I was, there was peer pressure. There was me just being an asshole and making mistakes, just like every other teenager does. Smoking tons of weed. Like, do I deserve to die because I smoked weed? Fuck out of here. She's bothered that this young man was being presented as I don't know if she knows this, but like they do that with a lot of cases, even with the Gilgo case, right? That I've been covering lately. Those pictures of the girls, most of the pictures of the girls that we've seen are like old pictures from high school. Those girls were in their 20s. They posted pictures of the girls in their 20s. I mean, if they go posting these girls' mugshots and shit in the news, people are going to look at them a type of way, and people might not remember them because we all know nobody looks that great in their fucking mugshots. I mean, let's just be real. But you know what I'm saying? Like, they do that a lot with people. They might post old pictures. That doesn't mean they're trying to fucking hide some weird conspiracy. Because I heard her saying something about, I don't know, with Trayvon Martin. She kept saying that last night. She's like, he was not 14. And I'm like, okay, dude. But maybe that was like the last, maybe that picture had special meaning to the family. And that's why they posted that picture. But she tried to turn it into something like evil, like nefarious, like they were, I don't know. I don't even know what the fuck she was saying. That's why I'm saying she needs to rename her channel Tinfoil, Hats in the Air. I don't even know what the fuck she was trying to say. It's so confusing. I was a demon child. Not much has changed. I'm still a demon. Now I want to know who's sitting there. In fact, let's take a look if her live is even still up. She had enough racial tones for anyone that didn't look like her. In her blogs, she is clearly slanted towards indigenous people and anti-Semitic as well. Yeah. I didn't even get time. Somebody sent me a link to the blog, and it was so late last night that I didn't have time to sit there, but I have a link. Somebody like archived it. And stop! I have a link to it. Stop! And I'm definitely going to be reading some of it. I can't believe she closed it down too last night. On top of all of it, while Bird Toast is live, she closed down. Listen, if you aren't sorry about the way you felt and you're proud of those articles, leave them up, girl. Let us all read it. Because I do want to read it. I want to read it for myself. I mean, I heard enough with Bird Toast, but I also we get you. Wait, why are you so obsessed with my oven mitt? Can I ask? There's a million. You got bones. You got all sorts of things around here. Why you gotta get my oven mitt all the time? Oh, what's this dog's problem? How does he smell food on it or something? Wait for my oven mitt, little sneak. I gotta put this away. Sorry. He keeps taking my oven mitt. All right. But you know what I'm saying? Like, he was still a minor. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's what I don't understand. Yeah, we drank at 14. Like, I don't know. Maybe she lived a really sheltered life or something. She knows she's been doing this kind of thing since John Benet Ramsey. God, I don't even want to read her conspiracies on that one. She's probably like defending the parents. I'm sure. White privileged people, I mean, things don't change, right, in this world unless people make them change, unless people make a ruckus and make them change. So, like, why do Black people not have the same rights as we have when, there's a death in their family or an investigation is, an investigation needs to happen? I mean, do I watch some of these videos, and I'm not referring to any like the famous ones, but I'm just saying, like, look, dude, some of these people, they're like fighting the cops, and I don't give a shit what color their skin is. White, Black, doesn't matter. Hispanic, they're like fighting the cops and not listening. And then they wonder why they got shot by the cops, because it's like, well, if you would have just listened, you probably wouldn't be in the situation that you're in. Or if they not even shot, just like beat up by the cops, like just listen to the cops. I know there's other circumstances and other cases where it's like, dude, the people are, I watched that video. What was that kid's name? Oh my God, it was horrible. The guy was he was in the car. The cops drag him out of the car and he has no idea, a young black man, he has no idea what's going on. And the cops are like suffocating him. And he was only a couple of blocks away from his house. And he's screaming for his mom. It's like the hardest thing to watch, this video. I just watched it recently. I'm sorry, I can't remember the young man's name, but that kind of shit that's the injustice right there, dude. The racial profiling. This boy was not doing anything wrong. And he just got pulled out of the car and they killed him, dude. For no reason. No reason. Tyree Nichols, that's it. Thank you. That's the kind of shit people are upset about and fighting about. That boy literally didn't even have a chance. He didn't even have a fucking fighting chance in hell to get out of that car and live that day. No chance in hell. They grabbed him out of the car. They're kicking him, and it's just horrifying to watch. And it's like, what the fuck is wrong with these people? I just don't understand how in every one of these cases, you could look at it on a case-by-case basis and be like, okay, let me look into the details of this case and see exactly what happened here, and then you watch it and you're like, all right, maybe this guy could have done this better. Maybe that guy could have done that better. But there's the cases that make the news, that make the headlines. You could clearly watch them and be like, holy shit, dude, this is just wrong. These cops were on a fucking power trip, they're just fucked up people, hateful, fucked up people. Tell me why a cop unloaded 7 shots into a man at close range. Right. That's overkill, way overkill. The one in Staten Island. Oh, the guy, Eric, with the cigarettes pack or whatever. That Eric Gardner. That was horrible. Fucking horrible, dude. To watch that shit. So, God, we're old enough that we all remember the Rodney King case. Remember that case? Shit, I wonder what our thoughts are on that. That case changed a lot. It was a monumental case. Racism will always be here, unfortunately. It's sad. You know what makes it sad, though? It's like because of people like her that keep this shit going. And it's like, then you got people from other races thinking that like all white people are like that. And we're not, we're not like that. And it's like, and then it kind of causes this like counter reverse racism. And I don't even know if that's a word. I don't know what the word is. Probably shouldn't even say it, but you know what I'm saying? Because they have like this prejudice and this wall up against white people because of people like her, and then that's how the problem never gets solved, because it's like people like her keep perpetuating it, dude. Keep your fucking racist thoughts to yourself. How about that? Keep them to yourself. Why would you publish that on the internet? I just like, I can't figure that out. I just can't. How could you publish something like that on the internet and not think that people are going to be upset by it? That's like Laura going into like certain chats. And I'm like, Laura, really? You really didn't think that like, going up on Deet's panel, her chat was going to attack you? You really didn't think that? Come on. She seems like an intelligent woman. So why would she think that people wouldn't be upset? Some of the things that she was saying last night, I was trying to understand, like, she didn't want to confirm her docs. And I get that, people they do have the right to anonymity. But when a friend, here's the difference, right? When a friend of yours, somebody who trusts you and you trust, confronts you behind the scenes and says, hey, look, is this you? You know what I'm saying? Why would you lie to somebody that trusts you? Unless you're embarrassed. Because I'll tell you right now, every single one of my friends behind the scenes, they all know my name. They know my real name. They know who I am. And I know who they are. I know their real names. So We're friends on Facebook. We share our lives outside of YouTube. We share pictures of our kids. We share pictures of our families, stories about our families, you know? So, like, behind the scenes, if a friend reaches out to you, and asks you, the only reason I could think of hiding it is because you're embarrassed of who you are. Just sick. I didn't know how bad it was, but yeah, she holds a lot of hate in her heart. It's deep. Yeah, it is deep. It is deep. I hope, look, I don't want to see anything bad happen to anybody. Okay. I could tell last night that she was visibly upset. And and then after hearing Burnt Toast talking about how much she was crying. Now, granted, I don't feel too bad for her because I feel like she, kind of created this situation herself. In a sense, but the human part of me, just I feel empathy towards people, just humans. And like I don't like, I do worry about people and what this could do to their mental health and shit like that. But maybe she needs something like this to do some self-reflecting. I don't know. I hope she doesn't harm herself in any way or anything like that, but girl, I mean, this is messy. It's just messy. Yeah, she's upset that she's exposed. Well, she's scared that all these people are going to come after her, but it's like, look, if you didn't do anything wrong, why would you be so scared? Nobody wanted to believe JLR. I'll tell you that right now. And that motherfucker is not credible in my book at all. At all. He's a creep. He's the creepiest of creeps, that guy. And he's a liar and he's a piece of shit. Okay. And he's not doing it. He's not exposing her for the right reasons. He's not exposing her because he gives a shit about, race issues or anything like that. He's just doing it because he's a fucking creep and he's a weirdo and he doesn't want to, take the criticism anymore that she was giving him. So this was his way of, dealing with that because he's a puss. But, he's not a real man. Clearly, we could tell by the lack of facial hair. Mm. But anyway, so it sucks that that's how this all started, that it came from him. But, for once, he was actually right with the information that he was sharing. But, doesn't make him any less disgusting or a piece of shit. He's just as fucking bad, in my opinion. But, yeah, you're right, Jet Setter. She has a lot in common. She has some really extreme far right. I don't even know if I want to call that right, because I don't even know what category, but it seems like she's very, very extreme in her beliefs and in her political beliefs. And I don't know. I just don't understand why you would start a blog that's solely focusing on Black men's issues when you're a white middle-aged woman, and you're not like helping the cause, right? You're not like helping further the cause. You're clearly against it. You're clearly against the movement. You're clearly against any Black rights movements. I mean, clearly. You clearly don't feel that Black people deserve the same rights as us. You clearly don't feel like Black people, that I don't know, that their parents don't raise them right, that twerking's bad. I mean, just some of the ignorant shit. I mean, you're probably one of those like moms that's like sitting at the fucking fighting the release of like certain, rap albums and shit. Cause they shouldn't be able to express themselves, tell their stories. God. Meanwhile, I'm like, you're missing out, girl. If you don't like Black people in that way, like you're really missing out. Because they're like some of the most talented entertainers out there, dancers, singers, rappers. You don't have to love rap music, but man, like Tupac's a poet. Like you're missing out, dude. Being so fucking hateful. You're missing out on some good shit. Fuck. I was raised to respect everybody, not just white people, for fuck's sake. Yeah. You could just tell. I saw a picture of her and I'm like, yeah, she just got fucking white privilege written all over her. She don't like she's I don't know, maybe she's annoyed by the media attention that the cases got. I don't know. And I'm like, why would you get so like attached to this crump? I don't know. She was saying something with the riots and everything, but I'm like, it just wasn't adding up for me, dude. It just wasn't adding up for me. I wouldn't get myself involved to that level in a situation like that when like there's no way as a white woman from a white neighborhood, you know, to like middle class neighborhood that I am ever going to understand the struggles that black people go through. Like I'll never understand what that's like, you know? I don't know what it's like to walk in their shoes or to live their lives or this, racism that they have to deal with. Like I'll never ever understand that. So I would never get myself politically involved in situations like that because I can never see their side fully. Like the way she's writing, it's like she doesn't want to see their side though. She doesn't even want to try to understand it. It's like, why are you so that? Why? I just like, why are you that involved in it? Why did you get yourself that involved in these issues that you have no fucking perspective on, really, except for that of a white middle-aged woman? You don't understand what those people struggle with day to day. Like, why are you fighting so hard against it when you can't even understand the other side? I don't know. I don't even know how to put it into words what I'm trying to think, Hill's racism and also autopsy photos was it for me. She proved who she was last night. Oh, I was gonna pull up her page. I want to see what kind of feedback she's getting on her live from last night. So I'm just curious, like who's supporting this in this community? Who's supporting this whole thing here? And let me just tell you something. I'm not gonna say any names, but if you're supporting this, because look, Laura called this shit out, and I can't stand Laura, and I don't agree with 99.99999% of what Laura says. But I'm not going to not agree with this situation just because Laura sees it the same way as me. Okay. So if you feel like I'm talking about you and when I say this, then I probably am. But if you're going to support this woman just because somebody you don't like has called her out on this topic, then you really need to fucking reevaluate your fucking life and your morals and your beliefs. Okay? That's all I'm going to say. Because there's some people that I'm just a little like blown away by that, or how's this? If you're going to support her just because you're afraid that the group you run with is going to get upset with you if you don't support her, then you need to reevaluate your friends too. And the people that you hang around with. I wasn't watching her chat last night, so I don't know, but I heard some stuff and I heard some people and I was kind of shocked, and I'm not calling out any specific names, but I am just like, wow. Wow. Really think about it. Think about it. You could agree sometimes on certain topics with people that you don't care for, and that's okay. That's okay. So let's go under her live here, and I'm not gonna play it. I don't want to give her any airtime on my channel. I just can't believe the audacity. Like, I don't know, man. Name this accountability, take no accountability, and then insult people's intelligences. Like that shit. I probably said this a million times, but there's no better way to piss me off than to insult my intelligence, So let's see. What's going on under here? It's a sad day when someone on YouTube you watch turns out to be another person altogether. I'm against racism and I bid you farewell. Own up to your actions. You never did say you were sorry. Which is, true. True. Somebody says 100%. Linky tours there. It's upsetting. It hurts our world. You're right. 100%. Wish I had words to explain the damage, but I'm getting the sense that she really doesn't care. You're right, Linky. She doesn't. And maybe she's never been through any experience of having anything like being treated like garbage because of the color of her skin. It's no excuse. I am still stunned about this. I just don't understand how she can make videos against JLR and Bullhorn. I read through her vlog, and it's so weird because they might as well go storm the Capitol January 6th. She tricked people, but at least now we know. It bothers me a lot. It makes me sick. I hope everyone can get through this, and at least we know. I'm a blue-collar worker, and during the pandemic, I was taken care of by people who cared, and they sent money, even though we were all in lockdown. The people who took care of me were all different races and religions. I'll just never understand why or how this happens in this society. And no, I'm not a Karen. I think a lot of us were shocked. It's almost akin to having Proud Boys. And I'll never forget what she said about Trayvon. F off heels. Go find another place. Where hurts more is people having to relive this bull crap. It's 2023. True that. True that. I was thinking that last night. I was like, if you were in a tragic accident, right, and you needed a life-saving, infusion, blood transfusion, right, and old Crumpy over there was the first one, the only blood you could take. I guarantee you'd take it to save your life. And what the fuck is this shit about her being on hospice? Girl, if you're on hospice, and I'm going to say this to anybody who's on hospice, the fuck are you doing on the internet worrying about, JLR and Betty Bullhorn? I mean, really? You tried to manipulate somebody by saying you were on hospice? Why is everybody always on hospice when, shit's about to hit the fan? I don't know. I don't know about that one. I don't think you had to announce your departure. I wonder what you have said or spoke about 10 years ago. I agree with you. Whoa. Oh, I'm sorry. This person's talking to Linky Tor. I was like, what? Hold on a second. I want to get back, not to reading replies, but just to seeing what the general consensus is here. A person covering the case and understanding the evidence are two different things. If the perspective is biased or skewed, it will affect the opinion. Exactly. This is accountability. That's a lie. Burnt Toast never told you not to say anything. Who do you think people will believe by? Heels, it's heavy on my heart, especially what happened to Trayvon. He was minding his own business and Zimmerman basically stalked him. Yeah, pretty much. It is very sad that I can hear how disappointed your YouTube friends are in your dishonesty. Please apologize to people who have been supporters of you. See, I disagree with this part of this because, don't apologize if you're not sorry. Because I'll tell you right now, I don't want no fucking fake ass apologies from people. You know what I'm saying? Don't apologize just to get back in people's good graces. If you're not sorry, don't apologize. Because I don't want no fucking fake sorries from nobody. Anyway, so sad today for everyone who wanted to witness growth and a determination to learn from the past. I really hope this will happen because I love Heels and the Air's perspectives before this. Saddened that all this is being shown that learning and changing doesn't always come easy. I know that for myself, as I have made so many mistakes in my past. As the climate for change takes place, it could be painful. I am so sorry to Heels, but taking responsibility for our past mistakes is important. Please don't take this comment as being against you. I am not. But I would like you to grow from this experience and learn that you are human and we all make mistakes and errors of judgment. I mean, it's very nice for that person to be so forgiving and understanding, I don't know if a lot of people feel that way, but Heels, I respect the fact that you came forward to answer everyone's questions. I hope you are okay as well as you can be. I'm going to step back from this for a bit. It's too much for me. That said, I have a few questions concerning Kendrick's case, which I have also followed since the beginning and have watched every Ashes to Ash. I don't know what that means. First, let me say, regardless of when you posted his pics, that is someone's child. Also, the Johnsons' lives were completely turned upside down too. The family wasn't permitted to identify Kendrick's body the first day. Why? There were autopsies performed. The last two stated blunt force to his neck. Someone came forward stating that the younger bellboy was on steroids, roid raging, and smashed Kendrick in the neck with a 45-pound weight. Personally can't ignore all these things. I believe the bellboys are being protected. I kind of tend to agree with that. Their dad is former FBI and law enforcement in Valdosta is very corrupt. Sorry. White privilege is very much a thing still in many places. Very true. There are many other things that I have seen read concerning this case that lead me to believe these things, but I don't want to make this comment into a damn book. We can all speculate on cases, but the fact is we weren't there and don't know the whole truth. I like to keep in mind that there is a family that has lost a child and warrants respect and empathy for that family, not trashing as they grieve their child. Amen to that. I'm sorry, but the families are grieving. They are not criminals. Most of us stand strong when it comes to posting pictures of others' deceased children or attacking their families. They wrote attaching, but I think they meant attacking. Accountability per Webster, the quality or state of being accountable, especially an obligation or willingness to accept responsibility or to account for one's actions. Was there accountability? Answer, no. If you could care less about the blog, why did you renew your domain 19 days ago? Yeah, that's a great question. You know, why are you trying to preserve this, right? If you could care less and you're not, interested in it, why are you trying to preserve and archive this, blog? Renewing your domain name. I don't know if people understand what that means, but like if I saw that it's a blog press blog, right? So like you and I could sign up for a blog press blog at any point in time, and I can name my blog Make a Mobster at WordPress, which at WordPress blogger, which I actually had at one point in time. I had a blog. And I started when I started my channel, because that was like the thing to do back in those days, was have a blog. That kind of coincided with your channel, I liked it because I could put links for any products I was like discussing or anything like that, makeup, and people could go and find it. But anyway, if you buy a domain, name, then you could name your blog www.makeamobster.com. If you don't buy a domain name, you can still have your blog, but it's going to be like blogger.makeamobster.com. So like if you want to advertise your blog and give a link out to somebody, you want to own the name of the blog and own the blog. And also I believe, and I'm not 100% sure about this, but I'm not 100% sure, but when it comes to like AdSense, because you could have AdSense for blogs as well as YouTube, right? And they'll put the ads on your blog, and then you'll make money in a very similar way to, how AdSense works on YouTube. Like, when people come to your blog, if they click on those ads, you get a certain percentage of whatever. It's probably like 0.001 on every click. But anyway, she admitted last night that she's like, oh, I had an AdSense, but I don't even know if I collected a check. Like, how do you not fucking know? You know what I'm saying? It's either you did or you didn't. And to say you didn't know, you could go look that up. If it, you obviously still have the email and access to the blog, so you could go search and see if you ever had an AdSense payment. I mean, AdSense keeps a record, so okay about that one. But yeah. Anyway. So it seems like the majority here is not agreeing with her. I just have to trust my gut for now. I'm sorry for everyone who was hurting and confused. It's very sad to see someone who we care about turn out to not be the person we thought. And she seemed really confused by that last night, why people felt that way. And I'm like, wow, she really just like doesn't like, she's not grasping something here, she's not grasping something here. Like, the way you portray yourself on your channel, even though most of your videos are clips, right? We could tell what you're against, because you do provide commentary alongside those clips, right? So, I mean, many of us were on her channel agreeing with the things that she would write in her videos, the clips that she would take of Bullhorn Betty or JLR or Dolly Vision. I never watched any of those videos because I just can't with that guy. Like, I'm sorry. How anybody takes that guy seriously is fucking beyond me. But, I mean, most people would agree with what she was saying. So then you start to gather a sense of like, just like with Burnt Toast, right? The more I watched Burnt Toast over the years, the more I realized that like the things that Burnt Toast points out about people in this community, the more I realize that her and my thinking is similar. You know, we both feel the same way on many things. She reacts to the same things that I do, right? So, like, if Betty Bullhorn says something that I find tasteless, I see that Burnt Toast also recognizes that what she said is tasteless. So I start realizing after a while that Burnt Toast and my morals are lining up, you know? Like, the things that she finds offensive are the things that I find offensive. There's some things that Burnt Toast finds offensive that I don't, but I still can tell that we're aligned, you know? And the only reason that I might not agree with some things is just because I'm not in her shoes and I don't, you know, as you know, we all know that she's a person of color. So, you know, her feelings about certain things, like her experiences in life are going to make her feel a certain way about certain things where I'm not going to have those experiences because I'm not a person of color. So I can't understand what she's, you know, I'm not going to feel the same way as she feels. And speaking of that, I would love to have a conversation with Burnt Toast one day. I gotta text her about this because it's a big issue that's like going on here in my area. We have a lot of team names that are like Native American, like the Arrows, or and a lot of the schools are being pressured to change their mascots and stuff. And I would really like to like. I don't understand it personally because I feel like, and again, I'm talking from a white woman's perspective who doesn't, you know, doesn't know too much about this. I'm like, I don't know. I look at it like that's pretty cool that the school is honoring those people by having the team named after them. But other people don't see it like that. And I want to understand another perspective. Hmm. And I don't know too many Native American people that I can talk to about it like that, you know. So I would love to have a conversation with her about that and educate myself, you know, as to why that the Native American population would want, you know, the teens removed because I really just don't know about it. See, that's what you do. You know, you try to educate yourself on other people's perspectives because I really don't understand it, you know, and maybe there's obviously something that I'm not seeing or that I don't know about that I probably should know about. So I'd love to have her I would love to have her perspective on that because she's, you know, she's very like educated on it, obviously. All right. So anyway, I can't have sorry. My takeaway, it's all because of Benjamin Crump. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Taking accountability is not blaming people of color for how we behave. Heels, you have made some poor choices on your own. Since you're not a fan of Ben Crump, that's cool. But that should not lead you to cover stories with racial bias. I pray for the day you see the light. Yeah, like, dude, a lot of people, especially here, don't like the Reverend Al Sharpton, you know? I really don't. My mom actually went to school with him, believe it or not. My mom, my mom's older sister graduated with him, so he's like in the yearbook, and he's got, you know, the big medallions and everything like that. But a lot of people, you know, he's a controversial figure, obviously, and some people like him, some people don't like him, and I feel like she's kind of targeting, you know, people in the same kind of way. It's just crazy. Continue fight. I'm horrified at your comments about personally Pacific Islanders, indigenous, blacks, Mexicans, etc. Every racist has something derogatory to say until they want something built or their landscaping done. Stereotyping by color is ignorant. You were such uh you were such a pleasure in my day. Horrified at the vile things you said. I commend you for going live and answering questions. However, I really wish you had not locked the blog vlog page down. It seems super sus. Just my opinion. Not that it matters. I don't agree with a lot. I saw your blog. Some statements were very ignorant and others were just pure evil, in my opinion. With that being said, I really respect how you've handled this and tried to answer for your wrongs. Doing an open panel and allowing everyone to ask you questions and grill you is definitely commendable when others would have ran away. I hope you can make this right because I don't want to see anyone lose friends and support. Also, hope you're doing okay mentally. I know this could cause distress and anxiety. I don't know, dude. I personally, you know, disagree with some of that just because I feel like the open panel kind of I don't know. I feel like it kind of threw her off course in a sense, and she wasn't like, you know, I don't know. I don't know if the open panel concept always works, and especially in cases like that, when you're supposed to be taking accountability and responsibility, it kind of becomes a distraction in a sense, and it just threw the whole thing off course. And to be honest with you, I kind of stopped listening after everybody started getting on panel because it was like getting confusing, too many different questions. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of like million people on panels to begin with, just because, it does get confusing. But that's just me. That's just me. I think she was new to open panel and I tried not to attack her. Who is that? If she had changed or had growth, she would never have registered the domain again for the blog just this month. Yeah, right. Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, why do you want to keep that even up? The way she made it seem like, right, at one point before people started coming up on panels, that like she was like, I got to a certain point in the Trayvon Martin case. Was it the Trayvon case? No, I'm sorry, the Kendrick case. And then it was just like that was it. Like she made like she had seen something or had some type of epiphany, and she was just like didn't want to be involved with any of this shit anymore. Like she didn't expand on it or too much, but she was basically making it seem like that. Then all of a sudden, right? So if you left that and you just didn't want anything to do with it, I would have been like, fuck this, take my blog down, I'm done with this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like normal people would do. But no, she's still sitting here to this day renewing the domain name. Okay, make that make sense. I don't know. It just like, dude, her the whole thing just wasn't adding up to me last night. It just wasn't. Heels, if you are racist, just say you are and own it. I grew up in the South. There are plenty of racists. I'm not one, and I grew up with racist great-grandparents, which made me realize it's not okay. If you think it's okay, just say so. There are plenty of racists in the Boyd and drama communities on YouTube. Wow. I am new to YouTube, but I realize many of you need classes in humanity, respect, and honesty. Heels, as far as the Kendrick Johnson case goes, I live here, and it is a very, very tragic case, sad case, and there are a lot of corruption in small towns. That's so fucking true, dude. I can't tell you how many cases I followed, and I'm like, I mean, there's corruption here too, and huge fucking. Actually, I was just watching an interview last night. New York, Suffolk County, I think is like one of the biggest police departments in like the country, and it is corrupt as fuck. But the corruption, like in these small towns, is crazy because there's not as many people, and like these people really have power there. The corrupt people in these little towns. It's just crazy. So anyway, I mean, a lot of corruption in law enforcement in these areas. Not here to be hateful, calling names, make judgments. I'm just saying. I know how the people are in my town. I know corrupt and racist so many of these people are. I don't think she's, most racists deny that they're racist. So like, they're not going to admit it, of course, because they know that that's not really the popular thing to do. It's not a good thing to admit. So I don't see that happening anytime, soon. You posted the photos in January, according to your blog. Your other post, reprehensible. This is you, and that's fine. I cannot support it. Okay. I haven't seen anybody really supporting her yet. I'm just like, I see that the majority of people are not cool with this. Thankfully, we have the right to be offended. On a daily basis, people assume that since I am Mexican, I speak Spanish. Then give me a hard time for not. Questioning why not. I have been holding back, responding by pretending to be Indian out of fear of being called racist. Oh, that's a weird comment. Heels, it doesn't matter if folks are red, white, pink, or purple with yellow polka dots. You had no right to leak such sensitive photos. You are no better than Zav Girl. Yes, I'm from Australia, and everybody has a right to comment on this. B Tim, I've always enjoyed listening to you. Hey B Tim, you listening? This is directed to you. B Tim, I've always enjoyed listening to you, but back up and listen from the beginning. This was all over the internet. Fact check. It boils down. One case is closed. One wasn't. The parents posted them everywhere. One didn't. All right. I would change anyway, is what you said at the end. This really does not make any sense. I didn't listen till the end. I just couldn't. To judge the victims of the murder of a murder child actions to get justice is ridiculous. We have no right. They know of the fight he was having with the Bell brothers. You think simply because they said they weren't fighting and the family said they were, I know who I believe. Wow, I am an older white woman and I am so embarrassed for you that you cannot or will not see how racist you are. Money or not, you bullied these families at their worst moments simply because you thought you and your privilege had the right to, and that is so disgusting. I mean, that's it. That sums it up for me right there because at one point where she started addressing the fact that she's like, I wasn't harassing the family of Kendrick Johnson, you know. I messaged the mother to ask her where she got the autopsy photos, like, and I'm thinking in my head, like, what the, like, girl, what? You don't have that right to ask her, like, where do you get the autopsy photo that you showed? Like, she don't have to fucking explain herself to you. Who the fuck are you? That blew my mind right there. I I blew my mind. I mean, I'm like walking in the supermarket and I actually audibly fucking made a noise. And I was like, ah. And the lady that was next to me looked up at me and I hope she didn't think it was that towards her, but I was just like so disgusted because I was like, what the fuck makes you think that you deserve answers from this woman? Like, what fucking planet are you living on, dude? I just don't get these people. And that goes for any people that do anything like this, that think that like they're owed something in these strangers' cases. Like Tiffany, like, dude, you don't fucking deserve answers from Summer Wells' parents, man. They don't owe you a fucking thing. You're just some asshole on the internet, dude. Come on. That's so rude. And the answer is it's her son. And if she wants to fucking show his autopsy pictures, then that's her fucking business. The fuck? She owes you an answer. Fuck. And you had the balls to reach out to her after you leaked the autopsy photos. You had the balls to reach out to this woman and ask her where she got her pictures from? Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah. The open letter is horrifying, dude. Absolutely horrifying. Open letter? Bitch, shove that open letter up your ass. God, man. I don't know, man. I was like, wow. Like, you were ballsy asking somebody for a fucking explanation with their own son's pictures. Like Tiffany said, she owes no one an answer for writing a fake $1,500 check. Yeah, exactly. I'm like, wow. You guys realize that this goes deeper because once people started recognizing who she was, it started jogging people's memories because a lot of people here that follow, these cases before we were all on YouTube started remembering like, oh shit, I was on Twitter at that time following, case X, Y, and Z. And she was a huge fucking troll during that case and saying really fucked up racially insensitive shit during this case and that case. And she seemed genuinely baffled last night as to like why people were upset. Like I'm like, wow, like how are you so fucking like confused, Heels? How are you so confused? Like with Betty, right? If Betty says something racist, I'm not going to be all that surprised about it because we've heard things that she said in her past. We've seen the picture of her hanging out with people saying white power and all that shit. So like, I'm not going to be surprised at all if something racist comes out of her house, right? We heard her friend call her up and say the N-word on the phone. So clearly, that language is frequently used around her, right? Those are the people that she hangs out with. I wouldn't be surprised at all. But people are surprised with Heels because, I mean, she seemed to be staunchly against people saying that. And even last night when she was trying to explain herself, she wasn't doing such a good job. She's like, I'm not racist. Like, I mean, at least I know myself. I think I'm not racist. And I'm like, okay. I mean, she didn't sound too sure is basically what I'm saying when she was saying that. She didn't sound too sure. She almost sounded like, to me last night sounded like a struggle between Heels in the Air and V. Okay. And V was winning a little bit. She was winning that struggle because to me, Heels in the Air and V are two different people. V was fucking winning that fight last night a little bit. And I could tell she was holding back from saying how she truly felt about some things because, she has all these people. She doesn't want to further skew people's opinions or views of her, so she's kind of holding back saying certain things. Very fucked up. B. Tim, I'm sorry you've been treated badly during this. You always gave that clearly racist twat grace. Fuck her. Well said, blank slate. Well said. Bravo. I'm not even like, I'm not shocked because I've seen people fool people on the internet before. So like, this happens all the time, but I don't give a fuck. It's always going to shock me when people who do things like this get caught, right? And then react to it in the way that they do, where they like are genuinely like confused as to why people are upset, like, and then how they handle it to me is the real fascinating part. Like when Diane got caught with the whole St. Jude's thing and called out for that, the way she handled it to me was the like most fascinating part about it. And it told me the most about her, because she just like left everybody with their pants hanging down to take her fucking mistake, and it was like, wow, man, you're just like way more fucked up than I ever thought you were. And that's basically what happened last night. I was like, wow, you just like totally made me think that you're even 10 times more fucked up than I originally thought when I heard about this. Anyone listening to this woman regarding Sean King is listening to propaganda. Propaganda. Is he controversial? Yes, but not a thief. Wow. Like, I didn't follow all these cases, so I'm not familiar with some of them, and some of them I am, but I don't give a fuck. The shit I heard last night was, what does two African American boys with almost 20 years ago have to do with autopsy photos from now? Huh? B. Tim, as for the photos, I never heard Heels or the blog thing you're talking about, and even saw the photos on the news, actually. Didn't even have YouTube then, and will say for sure, if someone was lying and trying to get innocent boys convicted, I would have shown proof that it's a lie. What? And as for all of this being from the past, what people do not understand about how different things were done back then, even on the TV news, I remember watching a newsman crossing the border and was forced to lay on the ground and seeing a soldier in Mexico blow his head off. Yep, I'm old. But again, skin color has nothing to do with the truth. Either you fight for the truth or you don't, period. I don't know. That was kind of confusing. What does the news guy have to do with this? I'm confused. I keep thinking times were so different. Times were not that different 10 years ago, dude. Like, they just weren't. You think they were that different 10 years ago? I don't think so. I just don't think so. Sorry. 10 years is not long enough in time. You're talking like news coverage in the 1960s versus now. Yeah, there's a big fucking difference. But 10 years ago, really think it was that different? I just don't. Hey, tragedy pimps. Yeah. That's a great comment, Rachel. I think people were just stunned last night. Last night was more than a word salad. It was a BS word buffet. Yeah, you're right. That's exactly what it was. I was just like, what the fuck? I just want to listen to what she says in the beginning, because this like sets the tone of the whole thing. She throws burnt toast under the bus. First, she tries to almost make it like her and burnt toast are still cool. Okay. And just by reading burnt toast's community chat, we all knew that wasn't the case. Okay. She totally misled her. Burnt toast proved it, right? But listen to like how, I'm going to skip through her intro. Listen to, I didn't even get a chance to look at the chat. Just listen to how she sets the tone here in the.
Hey, everybody. I'm going to try to watch the comments as much as possible, but it's hard. Oh, my sound is on. Okay. And I'll put the link.
I just got to say the difference in this, like, the confidence she shows on other panels, and this is in stark contrast to one another.
As soon as I'm kind of done, It's been an overwhelming couple of days. I would have come live the night that the jerks put that video up because I was beside myself. Didn't get any better the next 2 days, but I did.
I was gonna so she starts off by trying to paint herself the victim here, you know. I would have come live, but what was the reason you didn't, you know?
Talk to. Can everybody hear me? Just say yes.
I do this.
Can everybody hear me?
Good. I'm not listening to this whole thing because I don't need to get aggravated again today. But
hello? Okay, good. So anyway, I talked to a good friend, Burnt Toast, and someone else, and we talked in a StreamYard.
Just think about this. Just think about this real quick. She could have gone live. She just said it, right? She could have gone live. This was going on for like a day or so. She could have gone live at any time, right? But she just so happens to schedule her live an hour and a half right before Burnt Toast is about to go live. What's the chances of that, you know? Like at any point in time, she had the whole day yesterday, you know what I'm saying? The day before, while people were live, and the night before. But she schedules a live an hour and a half before Burnt Toast goes live.
Private chat. And everybody said, well, yeah, pretty much everybody said, you don't want to do that because you're in this lawsuit with Betty. And if you do, then she'll hear your voice and hear who you are and whatever.
Okay, so now her saying that and now hearing Burnt Toast's explanation, because when I originally heard this, I'm like, huh? It makes sense. Because Burnt Toast is under a totally different impression when she gives this advice. Okay, she thinks that Kilsnair is just being doxxed and being, you know, attacked for no reason. She doesn't understand why at this point in time. And she's like, well, think it turns to the lawsuit, right? You don't want to go live. Meanwhile, her voice was already put out there, but Burnt Toast hasn't seen that yet.
But Burnt Toast said, I shouldn't do anything. I shouldn't chat. I shouldn't go live. I shouldn't.
Dude, like, this is so fucked up. She is blaming Burnt Toast. She's blaming Burnt Toast. Girl, you're a grown-ass woman, and I don't know how old Burnt Toast is, but I think Burnt Toast is probably around my age. If I had to guess, I think she's kind of alluded to being around my age, right? Maybe a little younger than me. You're a grown-ass woman who's definitely at least in her 50s, you know, if not older. Why are you listening? You know what I'm saying? Why are you putting the blame on this young woman? Like you don't have your own fucking, oh my God, ability to think for yourself. It's crazy.
Do anything. Just stay off.
Wow.
Until after the lawsuit. Okay. So that's what I did. And then I think today Betty dropped me.
Okay, that's the other really fucking weird thing is why did she need to be released by Betty Bullhorn? Like, that is fucking weird. Fucking, I don't know. This whole thing with this lawsuit and her and Betty is just strange. Very strange.
I'm sure so she can talk about me. And then Burnt Toast made that community post, which completely floored me. To say that.
So that's a lie. We know that's a lie now because Burnt Toast had already approached her privately in an email and said that I know you're lying to me. And then here she is like, I was just floored by this. Floored. No, you weren't. No, you weren't. She warned you.
I wasn't taking accountability because, yeah, I would have, like day one, night one.
So she's saying she would have taken accountability day one or night one, but because of Burnt Toast's advice, she didn't take that accountability. Wow.
So most people seem to be upset because they think that blog post, I'm not going to do this.
And you could actually see Burnt Toast in the chat saying, you are not telling the truth here, LOL. That's not at all what happened.
In order, probably because there's just so much. But let me get my notes. What I think the biggest, I don't know if it's the biggest thing, is the racism. Yeah, that's what happened. Burnt toast.
Oh shit. I didn't even realize that. I wasn't watching the chat when I was listening to this because I was out. I was like, I was out. She, holy shit, dude. She actually fucking, oh my God. She actually told Burnt Toast. Dude, what's wrong with this woman, man? You should know that if you try to call Burnt Toast a liar, that ain't gonna happen. Especially when she has receipts to back everything up that she fucking says. But, whoo, Nelly.
I mean, you can come up, but I'm going to finish. But that's what happened. And I'm going to try to be done before your live stream comes on. But
first, I'm going to open my panel up to people so that my live stream runs, longer and it's harder for me to end it.
Anyway, so people saying that I'm racist and I came on here trying to hide, I guess, the racism, which isn't what happened.
That's kind of funny because, like, yes, the day prior to this, when she made that community post asking people what she should, like, take responsibility for, like, the fact that she even needed to ask that was mind-blowing in and of itself. But now here she is, like, I guess, like, that's what people think. Like, you straight out asked people and they told you. What do you mean you guess?
I came on here. I jumped on because of what happened with Heels on the Ground with just what they were doing from like day one. My blog was still up.
And you couldn't relate with that in any way, shape, or form. So let me just tell you, harassment's harassment, right? Whether you're standing in front of somebody's house with a fucking bullhorn, or you're tweeting them, or fucking contacting them, asking them for explanations, it doesn't matter. Just because you're not physically standing in front of their house doesn't mean that you're not in some way, shape, or form harassing somebody by contacting them and demanding answers from them.
Link to this channel
and leaking their child's photos to prove a fucking point.
It's still up. I didn't change anything except the name, and I jumped on. Now the death scene video.
That's right, Heather Marie. You can't force people to get it. Like, it's either you get it or you don't. And the fact that I don't know if she's pretending to not understand, you know what I'm saying, or if she truly doesn't understand. But I mean, she seems like a relatively intelligent person. So we know that she understands. I don't know. Part of me just feels like this is an act. She can't not understand.
Was always under unlisted.
This is a lie right here. This is a fucking lie because I found that video. Listen to what she says here. Hold on. Let me back that up. She's speaking about the Kendrick Johnson death scene video. Just listen to what she says here, because I know for 100% fact that this is not right. She's not representing us properly. Oh, there's Nellie Olson.
And I jumped on.
They all in it together.
Now the death scene video was always under unlisted until the second time my channel came down. Someone suggested to me that I put all my stuff on private and just.
So again, she's blaming somebody else, but this is not true. This is not true. Isn't Damage Good with No Regret? Isn't she that guy? What's his name's fucking wife? The guy that was with MGL, that like people said he was like a fucking white supremacist. I just find it funny that she has a fucking wrench in the chat, if that's who it is. This isn't true necessarily, but I'd have to go back and look and double check this if there's any way I can. But I found that Kendrick video, and it was not on unlisted because I found it, and it was actually the first. It had a lot of views on it, that video, and it was actually one of the first videos that popped up when I searched his name after just randomly seeing a video that I think Kendall Ray made about it, right? So it couldn't have been unlisted if I found it, and I'm I'm pretty sure it was well before her channels, came down or anything like that. Again, I'd have to double check, but yes, white boy lockdown. Yes. It's pretty funny that she's got a fucking wrench in there. Just saying.
Like, go back and take them down a little at a time. So that's what I did, but then it got old trying to do like 5 at a time or 10 at a time. So I just opened them like everything public.
I don't like, what does this even have to do with anything though?
Well, I guess that's when that video went public, because I mean, it was like 300, 400 down and I didn't see it.
Oh, she got the wrench during that live. All right.
One other one that I didn't publish came up and it was quite.
T. Marie says, all I was hoping to hear is my thinking was messed up. I made huge regrettable choices and I'm sorry. The work I do now is to redeem myself. Sadly, I heard none of that. Exactly. That's what I was hoping to hear, but I knew I probably wasn't going to hear that. But something along those lines, like, I realized at a point in time, okay, that my thinking was skewed. Okay. She never really said that. Well, she never said it at all, and that I now see things differently and I want to help people. I want to help people in those situations, or I want to help educate others about racism, something to that effect, 100%. She didn't get it. But that video was not on unlisted because I definitely found it and it was there. And I mean, she wasn't hiding the video. And I kind of remember reading the comments. Like, again, mind you, when I found that video, it was a long time ago. And there was 2 videos on him. There was one where they were doing this like test. And I kind of remember reading the comments under the video. And I don't remember any specific comments, but I'm just saying. And like, they were addressing her by something else, not heels in the air, obviously. So I was like, oh, she must have had an old channel,
Quite embarrassing. And I had to immediately take it down. That one did come up because it published a draft that I had.
So I don't even know what she's talking about there. A draft? What? A draft? What the fuck are you talking about?
So as far as me trying to hide, what I tried to hide was my name. And I have a right to do that. Everybody does. There are people that.
Okay, that's about the only thing I agree with. Like, like we shouldn't have to tell people our actual names on here. But like, unfortunately for you, your name is attached to some serious fuck shit. So like you apparently at one time, I don't know. Well, I guess she wasn't going by her real name, but like your name's attached to some real fuck shit. Okay. Your real name. So yeah, and that sucks for you, but that's your fault at the same time.
That we're talking about me lying and trying to hide who I am that are also anonymous. Hold on one second.
I don't know what she's even trying to say here.
Okay. Anyway, so that part of it, I'm not. Why is my
Hey Dawson? Yeah, many of us did. It's disappointing to say the least.
Voice so shaky? Okay, so now we'll add shaky voice to.
You notice it's funny. I just got to point this out because I'm looking at her chat and there's a lot of questions in there. People are asking her if she stands by the memes that she made, the posts that she wrote, and like all this other shit. And out of all these comments that are in here, okay, the one comment she concentrates on is about her voice being shaky. It's like, okay,
that
like the least important.
So I didn't change this URL like they had said I did like 2 nights ago. You can look at the number of
to be honest with you, this isn't even important. Like, you know what I'm saying? The things that she's even addressing and focusing on aren't important. And you can tell by reading her chat because every single person in her chat wants a clear answer as to whether she's stands by what she said in that blog or not. They don't give a fuck about URLs that were changed or any of that bullshit. They just want to know if she feels the same way that she feels in these blog posts and, you know, memes that she was sharing. And she's like completely fucking avoiding that at all costs. I mean, I see Burnt Toast just came back and said, all I want to know, she tagged her. So now we know that her name's going to be highlighted in her chat. Is this, do you still stand behind what you wrote in your blog? And she doesn't address that. Yeah, she is condescending.
I think it's hours on the bottom. It's not, I didn't change it. I haven't changed anything. As far as the Wayback Machine, they said there's been activity like up until yesterday or the day before. I haven't done anything on that blog. The only thing I did was when JLR tweeted to me under the name Real Ricky Pate, I think.
I don't know what the fuck this is. Like I was walking into the store and I'm like, what is she talking about right now? Like, what the fuck is she talking about right now? What does JLR's tweets have to do with your blog? I'm so confused.
Real Ricky Pate. It's the one going around. That's when I shut the blog and changed the URL in here.
Oh, so wait a second. So when JLR tweeted you, okay, which I don't know how she knows that account was JLR. I guess she's just assuming it was. But okay, fine. Let's just say it was, because he's definitely known for doing fuck shit on here too. She changed the blog. Why would you do that though? You changed it because he had exposed that it was your blog, right? And that it was you who was operating the blog. So you changed it in order to what? Hide it? I mean, kind of weird.
But from a long time ago, I did tell people that there were videos parked on this channel and that I had done research for a blog. Well, I don't know that it would have taken a lot to figure that out. And I don't know who was trying to, but maybe I knew JLR was. So after JLR found out my real name.
Well, all right, look, we all know that JLR, Bullhorn Betty, and the like are real life going pieces of shit, okay? We all know that. So if you're going to go after people like that, just like I always say, right, with Molly Go Lately, I've always taken responsibility in knowing that she's a real life going piece of shit, okay? So when I call her out, I got to be prepared for that, right? I do, unfortunately. I have to be prepared that, you know, she might fucking call my husband or something because she's a piece of shit. Or she might try to dig up information on me. But I don't care because there's no information for her to dig up on me. I mean, shit, I've been fucking going at it for 5 years and she's found absolutely nothing. So to the point that she's had to make up. I mean, all she could do is attack the fact that I had blue countertops in my house 12 years ago. You know, that was like her fucking gotcha moment right there. And then, you know, then she went to just lying about me and making shit up that I drove by her house and shit. So I'm prepared because I know that there's nothing there that she really has. This woman, I mean, this kind of goes as a testament to her stupidity, I guess, is that if she's saying right here that it was easy to find this stuff, you know, why would you go after people like JLR, who everybody knows is a real life going piece of shit, which you've acknowledged, and knowing that this stuff could be found on the internet about you? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, are you dumb or something? Like, I don't know.
All kinds of stuff happened. I took screenshots today, but I started getting all kind of threatening emails, taking pictures of the front of the where I live.
Okay.
They had my social security number and they know who I am and they're going to start using my credit card.
I'm sorry, but I highly doubt somebody has her social security number. I'm just saying. I don't know. Unless they're just saying that to her, but it's very hard to get somebody's social security number. So I don't know if I believe that.
Cards and giving me my kids' names, where they live, one after the other. And at the same time, Burnt Toast was she knows that when all that was going on. So here
she goes dropping Burnt Toast into this.
I'm for sure not telling my name. Okay. So it's not all JLR's fault, but everybody has a right. And I'm sorry, I'm very thirsty, so maybe I am nervous, but
What? I remember hearing that last night and going, what? You're thirsty, so you're nervous? What? I don't even understand that. What does your thirst have to do with you being nervous? That's so fucking weird, but okay. Can't be the fact that you're nervous that 1,500 people are in your chat thinking that you're a fucking racist, right? It's your thirst. Okay. If you say so.
As far as, let's go to the races. I know I'm skipping around, but I'm going to let people ask questions. Thank you, Curious.
Yeah, you're skipping around.
When I'm kind of done, I'm not going to go through everything because it would be, it's all over the place. But as far as the racism, if you actually went and looked at all the blogs, like looked at them from beginning to end. Okay, if I thought George Zimmerman was a good guy.
See, now at this point, when she was saying all this, I was under the impression that the blog was like invite only because that's what it was shown to be in the video that I saw, right? On the Jerks channel. So like, I was like, well, you're telling people like if you saw the blog, but you locked the blog down. And she just said that she locked it down, right? From people. I don't know when she put it on public again, because it was on public, right? Because at some point, but then she locked it down again. So she's like almost like she's like telling people to go there and look at it and read it, but we can't. You denied access for people to do that. So like, okay.
So if you look at them, here's what happened. I was on Web Sleuth for years, since like 2005. We posted over, I don't know, it had to be at least, I posted in the cold case. I posted, okay, bye.
This has nothing to do with the price of tea in China, but okay.
Voices. I posted in the cold case files, new cases, like all the time, whenever I could. And then Trayvon Martin happened.
And for those of you who don't know what Web Sleuth is, it's an online, crime community. They have a channel too. Web Sleuth has a channel here, but it's an online message board. So it's like in that old school format, discussion boards, from like the early 2000s, where people discuss various, crime cases.
Happened. Well,
and they're very, very strict over there. Very strict on Web Sleuth.
When that happened, and there was just a lot of stuff that didn't seem right.
Yeah, Bama Beauty, she's saying she's on hospice, or at least that's what she told Burnt Toast, and I was equally confused by that, because I'm like, dude, people on hospice, like, I'm sorry, if you're worrying about the fucking internet while you're in hospice, like, something's wrong with you, because I wouldn't be fucking worried. I'd be worrying about saying goodbye to my loved ones, but that's just me.
In that case. And when I found out they were using a 14-year-old's picture for Trayvon, then I found one of his older pictures, and I was going to post it. And
like, this doesn't even make sense. What? She just went from talking about I was on Web Sleuth, posting in various areas, and then somehow we got to Trayvon Martin and a photo that they were using of him, and she felt like, what does this even mean?
Rightfully so. Not rightfully so. So I was racist then because I wanted to post what Trayvon looked like at that point.
Yeah, exactly, Nana.
So she said, why don't you just start a blog? Because the controversy was too much.
See, right there, I remember thinking in my head, like, why did you feel it was your responsibility to post a photo of what this man looked, or not even man, child looked like at that point, and why? You know what I'm saying? Like, why did you feel the need to do that? Does it really matter? At the end of the day, he's still a minor. Either way, he's still a child. So like, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out like why you felt it was your place to do that. And why?
So I started a blog. So if you read,
and the only reason I could think of in my own brain, being left to speculate here and come to my own conclusions is because like you're trying to basically say that he's being portrayed in a light that makes him more innocent than what he actually is, right? And then that just leads me to go other places that for some reason you don't like that, you want it out there to be known that he's not this innocent little 14-year-old boy. You know what I'm saying?
The Trayvon case and you read the Michael Brown case and you read the Kendrick Johnson case. Those are the cases I mostly, for the most part, blogged on.
And again, why? As a middle-aged white woman, why were you so interested in those cases? Because you weren't interested in the perspective of wanting to help the families of those cases. You were on some weird opposing political bullshit when you were covering those cases. And it's odd that every case you wanted to cover, like, why didn't you cover the Andraccio case or something? Like, I don't know. I don't understand. Why were you so attracted to the cases, those specific cases?
And that's because I think it's funny that people think it's racist to go against someone who's inciting people to burn their cities down. That's, to me, I don't see that.
Okay. She thinks it's funny.
Now, I saw them. I mean, I was reminded of the memes I haven't seen in ages. If you're here today and you weren't in the middle of the fires and the anger and people thinking, I mean, they were like, it was.
Yeah, exactly, Narnie. Yeah.
A witch hunt after the 3 people in the 3 cases. The Kendrick Johnson case, I mean, and if you think it's racist, I cannot take that away from you. All I ask is that you look at everything. I see a lot of people saying, oh, I saw Deet's video and I saw.
We can't look at everything when you fucking have it locked down. Like if you're going to sit here and say that it's not racist, then open your blog back up and let people actually read what you had to say, but you didn't do that.
The Jerks video, and well, that hardly covers it. I don't think anything's funny. I'm going to have to stop reading chat. Yeah. I don't think anything is funny. Believe me that the last 2 days have not been funny to me.
She kept claiming she covered other cases on her blog as heavily as people of color cases, but I see nothing. Yeah, I
white supremacy. Okay.
I bet Heels defended the January 6th insurrection. Yeah, she might have. She might have.
Hey, Heels, guess who I spoke with that will gladly provide receipts? My colleagues, Ben Crump. Oh, that's awesome. Real Lady Justice.
Wait, hold on. My colleague Ben Crump, you targeted. This is so weird the way she just read this, because let me read Real Lady Justice's comment in the chat. She says, hey, at Heels, she tags her. Guess who I spoke with that will gladly provide receipts? My colleague, and she writes it in all capitals, Ben Crump. So in other words, she's saying she knows this guy, okay? You targeted, she writes it in all capitals, African-American victims and their families. This goes well beyond Kendrick Johnson. Now listen to the way Heels responds to this. Hold on.
Receipts. My colleagues, Ben Crump. Oh, that's awesome. Real Lady Justice. I'm sorry. Ben Crump.
She's like, oh, that's awesome.
Why don't you ask him about the witness that was.
So here she goes. Here's the real Heels coming out.
Supposed to be Trayvon Martin's girlfriend that they put on the stand during the Zimmerman trial. You can ask him about that.
What the fuck does that even mean?
Anyway, I didn't. Everybody's saying, I don't know. I can't take a.
First of all, witness testimony is just like part of a case. You know what I'm saying? It's not like the whole case. One witness's testimony. So like, I don't know. I just don't even understand what that fucking means or what she's trying to say then. Wayback Machine has the blog archive for anyone who wants to read it. Yes, they do.
Way, you have a right to think I'm racist. But I will say this. If you are here and if you want to follow me because you think you've found a comrade in racism, please unfollow me. Okay, please unfollow me. That's
if this isn't racism in a sense, like what is it then? What do you call it? I like that's what I want to know. What do you call what this is then?
not this. I stepped away from during the Kendrick Johnson at the end of it, not even at the end of it, because I figured out it doesn't matter. You can show people facts. You can take them by the hand and walk them through these cases. Try to show them the facts, and it does not matter. People are going to believe what they want to believe. So
and you're just realizing this at the ripe age of like 72. Like what?
I can't change that.
I just said that yesterday in my life. I was like, you know, I don't get involved in political discussions or shit like that because like I know political, religious, you're not going to change people's minds. You know, they're going to have their beliefs and that's going to be their beliefs. And for me, there's no point in me forcing my beliefs on you because you're going to have your beliefs and I'm going to have my beliefs. And then now we're just pretty much arguing to argue at that point in time. You know, we're not going to get anywhere. So I realized this a long time ago. She's just realizing this now. Come on.
To apologize to anyone that thinks I was trying to fool somebody. Wasn't trying. That's everything I've done is me. I'm not trying to fool anybody. I don't feel that I am racist.
That is such a weird statement. Because, right, somebody who's not racist would just be like, I am not racist. Period. She goes, I don't feel that I'm racist, which means to me like she's contemplating that maybe she is because like she's like, I don't feel like I am, you know, like I don't know. I just found that a really fucking weird statement the way she just worded that.
I can't stand when a few of the people that were in Heels on the Ground, when I saw some of their stuff, you won't find anything like that anywhere.
Well, you're not gonna find anything like her saying white power necessarily, right? But you're just gonna find a lot of insinuations of it.
Me. Now, if you feel like, and I can't disagree with you if it's how you feel, but if you saw memes.
That's another thing that's so weird, right? Like she's like, well, if you feel I can't disagree with you, like you're telling on yourself right there because you're like, dude, like I would say there was a comment that I made a long time ago that people took totally out of context and said it was racist. I know it wasn't racist. I know that the comment was not meant to be racist, and I stand by that. So if you feel like it's racist, well, then you're an idiot because it's not racist. Like that's how I feel about it because I know it's not racist, the comment that I made. It was in reaction to the Black creator that I was watching what he said. I made a play on his words about somebody being thrown. He's like, oh, he went over to the white people community. I said, yeah, and we're throwing him back, right? So I was playing back on his words. It was not meant to be racist in any way, shape, or form, right? But people just screenshotting the comment out of context sounds racist. But if you understand the full context, I know it's not. And I know it wasn't meant to be that way. But she's like, well, if you feel that way, I mean, I can't disagree with you because like, you know that shit looks racist. That's why you can't disagree with it. You know that it's fucking racist. What other explanation is there for it?
And honestly, I wouldn't have done.
Yeah, when you get over 3 Twitter accounts suspended for your racism and harassment, it's bad. So true.
A couple of them, because you're looking at them today, and that was 10 years ago, 9 years ago. I have to take something to drink.
It's funny because when I watch a lot of interrogation videos, and a lot of these when they're getting interrogated, their mouths get very dry. You know, it's just interesting that her mouth is so dry here. The nerves.
So I can't take that away from you. Not going to tell you that you're wrong. But I feel there's no but, I'm saying.
Oh, that's so funny. The Glara says most racists don't think they are, just being honest. I said the same thing last night.
I feel like I know myself, and I just don't look at people that way. I'm not going to tell you I have black friends. I'm not going to tell you, my kids thing.
Yeah, please don't.
That is so disgusting to me when people say that. I defy you to find me being directly saying anything like what we've seen from other creators.
So this part was kind of funny too, because I'm like, so you're basically saying here, and this is how I'm taking it, that you're not directly racist, you're indirectly racist. Right? Because she keeps saying, if you find anything that I directly say that sounds racist, like then then it is what it is. Like, but you're not gonna find that. But you're gonna find things that have racist undertones that I've said. So like that's what you're gonna find, So it's like almost like she's like, I'm indirectly racist. I'm not like outwardly blatant racist where I'm saying white power and fucking all that shit. But you're gonna find things that are indirect that just kind of let you know without me directly saying it, because that's exactly what it is.
That is so direct. Those 3 cases, anyway, so Trisha told me to go, go start a blog. So I did. And then Ben Crump had 1 case, then he had a 2nd case, then he had a 3rd case. Once Kendrick Johnson case got so out of hand, and it's still out of hand today, then at some point I just threw my hands up because there was nothing stopping the media machine.
It sounds like to me that she couldn't get her way, right? People weren't seeing things her way. So she fucking threw her hands up and threw a tantrum and walked away from the case. When it's like, well, maybe that should tell you something. People weren't seeing things your way because maybe your way is wrong. Guess not.
This day, they just did a movie. Karen Bell is the mother of the 2 Bell boys, is suing Jason Pollock and his production company because of that movie.
What?
The Kendrick Johnson family has sued. The last I looked, it was 2 times. On both lawsuits, the first one I think they pulled out of, it's been so long.
I don't even know anybody know what she's talking about here? Because I'm lost. I'm fucking lost.
But I know on one of them.
So here you go, Burn Toast in the chat once again. So you still stand behind what you wrote.
The judge awarded the Bells and all the other people. They sued the school district. They sued everybody. And they were awarded attorneys.
Yeah, there you go. When you have a whole community saying you're racist, that's when you stop and reevaluate your beliefs on who you are.
And it was like $350,000. Then they came back, I think, and tried to sue again. But their contention, this will go into, and I know there's going to be questions and I miss things, and I know, but that's why I'm going to open it up. As far as the autopsy pictures, you all, it's like you're comparing. You weren't there to see what was going on during that time. You weren't there to see how these 2 boys were being called murderers every single day. People were attacking them at school. One of them lost their, they had been.
And when she says 2 boys, she's referring to the 2 white boys that she was standing behind clearly.
Picked for FSU, Florida State, and your friend, Benjamin Crump, made sure that didn't happen.
Dude, your friend, Benjamin Crump. Whose friend? Who's she talking to?
And he lost that, and he had to find another place to play football.
Oh, so poor privileged white boy.
Then and his dad was an FBI agent. So they started out when this happened to Kendrick, which was a horrible horrific way to die.
Yeah.
You can read my blog, or we can talk about it. I can go through it. I can do it tonight or whenever. I'm just going to try to get through this before toast goes on.
That's really funny because I'm washing my face, but that's really funny because when people actually tried to talk about it with her, she didn't want to get into it.
I lost my place. So the bells are soon now. I forget where I was. Oh, as far as the autopsy pictures, Jackie Johnson, I guess, told Laura and Chasing that the reason she had the horrible picture of Kendrick's face from like day one in February, immediately they started putting that picture on and marching with it. And she was telling the public, and Ben Crump was the attorney, she was telling the public that whoever they hadn't decided yet who they were, had beat her son. And that's why his face looked like that. And we looked at that for months and months. And then the autopsy report came out. Many people got the autopsy report. And she also, during this time, had said that, I think you can find that, pretty sure people have been reporting now, and my blog is all screwed up. But on there, you can see where Jackie put a post up with Kendrick Johnson's back with cuts in it from the autopsy. So the picture, and she was.
Does anybody understand what the fuck she's trying to say right now? Because I don't. I just don't. I don't know. I guess you had to be there. Like, what? What does this have to do with anything?
Saying, look what they did to my son. Her theory was one of the theories was that they hooked him on a meat hook. I guess they killed him. I don't remember. Killed him before or after. I have the post. And then lowered him into the mat.
See, like, this is so weird that she's kind of reinforcing what she believes here, but like the whole thing is like a mother is trying to figure out what happened to her son, dude. So like, why is she wrong for coming up with theories in a case where things don't make really much sense? Why would this kid jump into a mat to retrieve his sneaker as opposed to tipping it over and just grabbing his sneaker from underneath it? You know what I'm saying? Why would he jump through and go through this the hard way to try to retrieve a sneaker that was supposedly underneath it? Like, so to most people that hear this story, it doesn't make much sense, right? You're like, what? So the mother's trying to figure out what was happening here with all the facts that she has, considering that he was fighting with some boys at school, right? Having issues, whatever. And she's trying to theorize what happened to her son. And for some reason, that's crazy, according to this woman right here.
And that's why those cuts were on his back. So the picture I put out was his back. He was on the autopsy table. His face was blacked out. His butt wasn't showing. It was just showing his back, smooth back.
And again, why is this her job to prove to this mother that the cuts on his back were not from whatever, you know what I'm saying? And that they were from an autopsy. Why is it her job to prove this? Is she an attorney or something? Like, I again, just having trouble understanding this.
Back. No one.
All those mats are tied tight. Yeah, I tied tight. No way he get trapped. No way did he get trapped. Yeah, no. It just doesn't even make any logical sense why he would even do that. It just doesn't make logical sense. That's why when I heard the story, I was like, what? Like, what the fuck? Because I know there is a documentary. I don't know if I watched the documentary or not. Like, this was so long ago when I found this case that I was, I don't remember all the details to it. I just remember thinking that is the weirdest, most horrific way to pass away. One of the most horrific ways, getting trapped like that, not being able to get out, and like then trying to figure out why this kid would deliberately put himself in that scenario, like it doesn't make much sense to me. And like I don't give a shit what color his skin is or what who's representing him in court. It just doesn't make sense to me, and it's horrible. And I'm trying to understand why a person like this would feel inclined to like prove otherwise, like I just don't get it. I don't get what her affiliation is to this at all.
Hooked him up or cut him up or anything. The other picture was Kendrick Johnson's, and that's tons of people put this picture.
She's like, tons of people put this picture, but where did the picture originate from? That's the question. That's what people are upset about. Doesn't matter who put it out afterwards because it was already leaked by that point. Who leaked the picture? You're not addressing that situation.
Of his face, compare what his face looked like at the crime scene.
Oh no.
It might have been one of the autopsy pictures. Either way, the face that came with the autopsy or with the report didn't look anything like the face that she had been using. And a lot of people were upset about that because it was obvious. So those are the two.
What was obvious?
Pictures. I asked Jackie Johnson one time.
She's like, I never harassed. I asked her one time, but we all know that she probably had troll accounts. That's why she kept getting suspended from Twitter.
Where did you get the picture you're using? Because
dude, oh my God, I was in the supermarket last night and when she said this, and that's when I had an audible, because I was like, what the fuck, dude? Why do you even feel like you're owed that answer from this woman? Like, why would you contact her to ask her that? Why do you feel like it's your place? And why do you feel like she owes you that fucking answer?
I got the autopsy pictures. I think there were like 30 of them. Not a single one of them looked like the one that she was carrying. Come to find out in depositions, Mr. Johnson had taken that picture, I think at the morgue. I'm not positive, but I think it was in the morgue.
I mean, look, I have no interest in seeing these pictures, but there's like a variety of explanations as to why there could be differences in photographs. That don't have to do with any of the tinfoil fucking hat shit she's trying to push here. There could be a variety of different things. This is just insane to me.
So they were asked that in depositions. So for Jackie to say the reason she put that out is because I didn't have those photos until October. I think it was October. I didn't have anything to do with.
Wait, did she just say I didn't have those pictures leaked? I didn't have those pictures leaked. Hold on. What did she just say there? She's trying to dance around the issue of leak.
I think it was October. I didn't have anything to do with why she was carrying that picture around. So
she's denying that it was her.
That's to compare an 11-year-old child that had been in a suitcase for 2 months and not selling them, putting them behind a paywall. I didn't get a penny from any of that. In fact, I had AdSense.
See, wait a second. Let's back this up here for a second. She just said she had nothing to do with that. And then she just fucks herself over by admitting that she didn't get a penny from it. But if you didn't do anything, why would anybody think that you got a penny from it? So in a roundabout way, you just admitted that you had the pictures and you're the one who leaked them, because why would you even say that then? Why would you deny getting money for them?
I never got a check because it never went past like $100. That AdSense account, I don't know if I closed it or just stopped it.
I laughed at this point because I was like, what do you mean you don't know if you closed it or just stopped it? Like, that's pretty much the same thing anyway, but how do you not know? I love when people just don't know what they did. Like, I don't know. I don't know what I did.
So that's the autopsy photos.
And okay, either way, it's a minor. And either way, I don't give a fuck about the paywall. Forget the paywall, your AdSense. Either way, that kid is not your kid. And it's not your business to put those pictures out into the public arena. And I don't give a shit what the mom did with them. Like, people keep trying to use that argument, and I really don't care, because it's her kid. It's her kid. I don't care if she wanted them out there, didn't want them out there, whatever the story is. It doesn't matter. It really just comes down to like who leaked those pictures, and it wasn't her originally. They didn't originate from her.
I forget what else there was. I'll talk to you photos. I was going to go through, but the main thing is for the blog is, if you perceive that and if you point it out to me, it could very well look racist. I mean, I heard it back then, but I also had a lot of people.
She's like, it could very well look racist. She was aware that it looked racist back then when she wrote it. But instead of editing it in any way to make it not look racist, or just taking it down because shit, I don't want to be thought of as a racist, I left it up. I renewed the domain. Wow. I'd be like, dude, if I wrote something and it was perceived like a blog post and it was perceived as racist and people were telling me, I'd be like, oh shit, like, what the fuck did I write here? I better take this shit down or fix it, because I don't want people to think I'm a fucking racist. That's furthest thing from the truth, But no, she was aware that people thought it was racist like 10 years ago, and she left it there the way it was.
It was just a very intense time. So when I came here, it had been many years. I wasn't thinking anything about that blog or like being connected to it. And I just jumped in when I saw what was going on. So,
I think there's ways to see if that blog made money. I'm not sure right now, but there might be ways to see that if it did make money.
If you have questions, I don't know if Toast is still here.
I know, Kate, I said the same thing. I don't know how much times have changed in a decade, but I wish I could traverse into the mindset of that Twitter moment in time. I said the same thing. I'm like, I don't know how much, because she's trying to make it like, this was like decades ago. She was fucking in college or some shit, this was like 10 years ago. It's really not that long ago, have some things changed, sure, but like, I don't know how much all it's changed in the sense that she's trying to make everybody believe it has.
Here, don't look at chat. Yes, I tried not to.
Who's telling you not to look at chat?
I want you to be honest. I'm not going to listen to anyone screaming at me, or I just want you.
When she said this, it really reminded me of Diane. She was like, Diane did the same thing. She did not want to hear anybody criticizing her, yelling at her, so basically she only wants to listen to people who are going to coddle her, like,
okay, have you wounded people, or have you wounded?
Only furthering the idea that she doesn't want to hear opposing opinions, You're
trying. I don't know what that means. Okay, and I'm not trying. I'm again, if that's how you feel, I can only tell you how I felt. It just happened to be. I've talked about, and it's funny because
look, Nellio from the Prairie is asking, can I come up?
I was watching the young woman that pulled her car over for the toddler, and I was watching how people were walking on eggshells because.
Dude, this was so weird when she said this. Listen to what she's saying here. Hold on. I'm going to rewind this. Listen to what she's saying here. She noticed
young woman that pulled her car over for the toddler. And I was watching how people were walking on eggshells because they know that will come up. Oh, Sean King. So she's like, they know that will come up. Like, she's basically saying she's watching people. She's
she knows that there's, I don't know, racial tension or something. I don't know. I just found it was really weird that she made that observation.
King had written, or he was on the Michael Brown case. Shaun King has a long history, and you can read that blog. Shaun King.
She keeps saying you can read that blog, but she knows it's locked up. She has to pay to renew her blog website domain every year, so she knows that the money goes out every year. Also, you get an email that says, "Are you want to renew your domain?" Yeah, true that. I have a domain name. You have to pay for it yearly. Absolutely. My website is, I had to buy a domain name, right? And my website's, I have to pay for it every year.
Is not a Black man, and there are to this day, you can go to Twitter, you can look it up. He has scammed so much money from people. When I started covering him, one of the first things I found was a Haitian man that was writing about an orphanage in Haiti that Shaun King collected money for, and it never happened. And Shaun King had a very good media coverage. I mean, he could work the Google algorithms. And
no, I watched so many runs with scissors. I watched so many videos regarding that case, like people doing commentary, and as far as I could see, nobody. Case, so I don't know what she's even talking about.
And it was really hard to find anything.
Maybe she's walking on eggshells because she's got a guilty conscience as far as, trying to, she knows her opinions are going to be taken wrong. I don't know.
But you can read about that if it's important to you. I'll talk about it, but that speaks for itself if you do. I think he's trying to get off Twitter now. I haven't followed him in many years, but I think now he's trying to get off Twitter because I don't know what.
So why would you even talk about it if you don't know why? So
I'm going to put the link, and you can remind me if I'm not thinking it. Okay.
So is this where she starts inviting people up? You were 100% dead wrong about Shaun King. I don't know who that is. I don't know anything about that, so I can't comment on it, but this is sad.
Okay, hold on. Okay, here we go.
Chisme report was attacked and called racist, recovering cowardly. I don't know anything about that.
Who is the truth?
Is that Heels?
Yeah.
I just want to remind people, I find it really funny that Tracy, of all fucking people, jumps up on this panel. I just want to remind people, in case they don't know who this is, Tracy, the truth. There was one night Tracy, the truth, was drunk at her niece's wedding, sitting in her fucking car for some reason, watching Laura's panel. And me and John Crimes were up there. And Tracy decides, drunk in her drunken stupor, to jump up on the panel and start arguing with us, right? And I don't even know exactly what the argument was about. Nothing regarding anything, racist. So John is saying something to her, and she comes back to John, and she's like, "Oh, well, I can't see you, John, because all I can see is your teeth and your eyes," or some shit like that. Some racist fucking shit like that. Like, just, and then she asked if he was out stealing hubcaps or some shit. And just, really fucking racist shit that she was saying. And instead of taking accountability for the racist shit she said in her drunken stupor, the next day she decided to post a comment that I had made that I just talked about, right? That was perceived as racist, supposedly, but it wasn't. And, instead of just taking accountability and saying, yeah, I said some fucking racist type shit, that's not what she did, though. That's not what she did. So just had to put that out there. Just had to. Oh, and Tracy, by the way, my hair is fucking dry because it's bleached, you dumb bitch.
I saw some of your comments. I
What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
would like for you to be not argumentative.
Oh,
Just-
I'm
If you
gonna
want to
ask you.
me questions, that's fine.
Like, she just has zero business being up here and talking about this.
Yeah, I'm
But
just
that's
gonna
all
ask
we're
you
fighting.
one question.
Okay.
Okay. Do you feel like George Zimmerman was justified in killing Trayvon Martin?
Yes,
And if so, why?
because the evidence is there. One of
What
the
evidence?
things that a lot of people don't know, if you read my blog, if you read it, there was a Matt Gutman from, I think it was ABC, did an interview with a young boy at the apartment community. And the young boy told him, I saw this guy on the ground in a red jacket yelling for help.
But this is hearsay. This is hearsay. That would be taken as hearsay in the court.
Then I had to go chase my dog. They deleted that from their online. I have it. I have the video, but they had
Okay.
deleted it.
She still has it.
And
Well, I
so
think
that
It was
told
proven
me
a scuffle
I'm still
ensued.
talking. That
Woo.
told me that
Tracy. Oh, I'm sorry, Micah. No, not Chasing Truth. I forgot. They're both named Tracy. No, this the truth person, the lie, as I like to call her. They're Chasing would never do that. Obviously, she's married to a black man, but no, Tracy, the quote unquote truth, is the one who said these really fucking racist toned things to John, who's black, by the way. Thank you. Her response was, I said the same thing, Mellow, and thank you for the super chat. It was the same. It really reminded me of Diane, like sitting here just listening. I'm like, wow, Diane 2.0, dude, 2.0. The only thing that didn't happen in this case, thank God, was that all the friends didn't get the blame. I'm Diane took way too long to address what she did, but this was rough.
there was some kind of agenda, or else why would they remove that and say, act like that never happened? Well, and that's not the only reason. I mean, he was found not guilty by God knows how he was found not guilty, but he was.
Casey Anthony was found not guilty too. So sometimes prosecutors just don't put forth the best case, and juries suck. Like
So
Jay was found.
I saw all the evidence. I know there was a big push. Go
I
ahead.
followed it too.
Yeah. Okay.
I for whatever reason, I didn't see it the way you did. I
Okay.
saw a young man who was
Okay.
being harassed
He was
by.
being messed. Okay. I'm not going to redo the case with you.
She's getting angry. As much as I don't care for Tracy, the truth, I she's getting angry because Tracy's not seeing things the way that she's seeing them.
Okay.
So you
I
don't
can't have
agree
too
he was
many
being
people up
harassed?
here because I'm not that experienced.
Okay,
What?
this is what I thought. Have a good day, Hills.
No, you can tell. Okay. I just don't want to redo the entire case. Okay.
This was such awkward sauce right here.
Hey, Chris.
All right, I
Rihanna.
just have a couple of questions for you,
Okay.
Heels, and I'll hop
Okay.
down. I'm sure there's a million people who want to get up here, but there are allegations that you only covered the crimes of Black people because you're racist.
Yes, I know.
Can
But
you
I didn't only cover crimes by Black people. Like I said, I was on Web Sleuth.
She's like playing semantics right now, and she's like, I didn't cover only the cases with Black people, but that's not what Chasing's saying right here. She's talking about specifically the blog, obviously. Like, you're not covering cases on Web Sleuth. You don't own Web Sleuth. We all know, those of us in true crime, right? We all know that Web Sleuth is an online discussion forum. So, like, you're not covering anything there. You're just having discussions about cases. But then you went and you specifically start this blog, and on that blog, every case that you cover has to do with, you know, a Black person, whether it's the Black person being a victim. Well, in most cases, right? The Black person's a victim. And it's just odd. It's just very odd.
For years. In fact, even before that, we were doing the.
And her answer to that is that she was on Web Sleuths for years, and her only example that she could come up with that doesn't, pertain to a Black person is the JonBenet Ramsey case.
JonBenet Ramsey. That's when I started. I'm not covering cases, but that's when I.
If you have a blog where you specifically write about cases, then you're covering cases, dude. Like, I mean, I don't know what the other way to fucking say it, but you're covering cases on your blog.
Got into. I knew the JonBenet Ramsey case like the back of my hand. For 10 years, I was on that, and there were other cases in between. Plus, I had a job. So, but.
Yeah. So I'm dancing around your question, chasing my, you know what I'm saying? That's basically what's happening right here. She's completely dancing around the question because Chasing's not asking about her job or Web Sleuth. She's specifically asking about the blog and the cases that she covered on the blog, that she discussed on the blog. And she's really just trying every which way she can to not admit that she was covering the cases that she covered.
Yeah, I covered. It seems like that's really all you could without getting into, if you.
What? That's all you could? What?
It just seemed like if you said anything that was against the narrative. You were on the Kanika Jenkins case, and I saw it in the Kanika Jenkins case. So I was told unceremoniously, go do a blog. And so I did. And then I stopped. And when
she was told, do you see how this woman doesn't take responsibility even for making the blog? She's like, I was told unceremoniously to go do a blog. So I did. I mean, she can't even take responsibility for making the blog. Somebody else told her to make the blog. It's not her. It wasn't her. Somebody else told her to do this blog. So she did it. She didn't have her own will. She didn't have to sit there and sign up and fucking make a domain, buy a domain and all that other shit and attach an AdSense account to it. Somebody else did it. Not her fault, guys.
Went back to watching, reading, and talking about other cases.
So you started the blog so you could be more free to discuss the issues that you wanted to talk about.
Because I was free to show other evidence. And
no. You were free to control on a blog, right? It's almost like how there's people here, certain creators here, that only want to discuss things, controversial things on their panels so that they have control over the situation. Like they won't go on another person's panel because they want the person to come on their panel so that they could have that control, mute that person, block that person, and kick them off the panel when things aren't going the way they want. That's what the blog was. Because reality is you could say whatever the fuck you want on Web Sleuths. I mean, discussion-wise, they do have pretty strict rules there about certain things, but there's other forums where you could have discussions and express yourself and show evidence. So I mean, her excuse here just for making the blog, to me, sounds like it's because she wanted to do so and have her opinions in a more controlled environment where she could block out opposing opinions.
And not be talked over. All I said was there was a picture. This is
how are you talked over on the fucking internet on a fucking forum? How are you talked over on a forum where you're typing? That doesn't even make any sense. Talked over. Okay.
It's a picture of him at 17, and I was called a racist. How was that racist? So that was.
I'm sure it wasn't just the photo that you were posting. I mean, well, I do admit that there's times online that I see people calling things racist when they're not racist, necessarily. I don't think that that's the case here because that's just one of several examples, okay? And we've seen some of those examples, and those examples, without even having the context, look like they're racist or they have some type of racist vibe.
The beginning of you can't say anything at all because
B-Fergs, you don't have to delete your comments in here. You're more than welcome to state your feelings in here. Don't like censor yourself in my chat, please. You know,
you can't discuss it honestly. And so
Was that the photo? That was the photo of him with the no shirt on?
No, it was a different, he had a
Oh, okay.
white shirt, I think. No, it was just a
Okay.
picture. He looked handsome because he was handsome, but he was just sitting there. I think he had a white shirt on. There were pictures of him with no shirt on, shooting the figure or whatever.
Are we talking about? We're talking about Trayvon.
Trayvon.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
That was my first case. What were you talking about?
That's so funny. Her first case was her trying to paint this picture that, you know, he's not this innocent little boy that she decided to cover on her blog, even though she just said she doesn't cover cases. Like, what the fuck is going on right now?
I thought I was getting them confused, but I remember that there was a photo of Trayvon and he was sitting down. He had a white shirt on, and I think he could have been smoking weed. And people kept passing that around saying he wasn't this innocent kid.
What a thug. I mean, him and like every other fucking 17-year-old in America, you know? Like, oh my God, this is so weird.
No, that wasn't the one. It was really early. And I think it might have been a Facebook. Somebody got it from it. It wasn't that. Those all.
Wait a second. So it was really early on in the case before she got it, like all the facts. I mean, because we all know that early on in cases, you know, you really don't get all the facts until it like goes to trial. So already she's trying to paint this picture that like he's a hooligan, he's thug life, he's twerking.
All were like filtering out later, but it wasn't that.
So why did you show?
I'm sorry, but the twerking thing really got me. Like, that was just so fucking weird. It's a dance move, bro. Like, seriously, that one took me over the edge.
Show the whatever picture it was. What was it?
She said several times it was not about the victims. That is our biggest gripe with other creators, is that they never focus on the victims. Right.
In regards
because
to?
Then.
Because they had the 14-year-old Trayvon in front of the apartment community.
I see.
Yeah, trying to say he was a little boy just walking through the community.
Guess what? When my son's 5 years old, he's still going to be my little boy. When he's 40 years old, he's still going to be my little boy. Okay? He's still going to be my baby. So, does she have children? Does anybody know if this woman has children? Because I just can't believe how disconnected she sounds. Like, if she has children, that kind of scares me, but wow, dude.
And this man shot him. And then there were.
I'm sorry, but isn't a 14-year-old a child?
Yes, and he wasn't 14. He wasn't 14.
Hello?
So they were trying to run the narrative that George Zimmerman, who I didn't know, if you even watched me at all on here, I don't even have to like you to defend you if someone's lying about you or if someone's making allegations. And in the beginning, I had no idea. I just know it didn't sound right. The first thing I remember, wait, where am I going? Trayvon. I remember hearing the scream and saying a little boy was shot, and I was beside myself. Started looking into it, and it didn't make sense. So it just went from there, but you couldn't talk about.
I'm sorry. I don't know which picture she's referring to because, again, like I saw several pictures of this boy, but I don't care how old he was. He was a little boy, but I just want to share this real quickly. Okay. I feel like she's talking about taking a picture like this versus a picture like this. You know what I'm saying? These aren't the actual pictures, but I'm just saying, like, I feel like she's like basically saying that they're trying to portray him as an innocent kid, but really he was a thug in real life. You know what I'm saying? And talking about this. Wow, he's giving the finger. Man, he must be a thug. He must be a thug. I don't know. I don't know what she's referring to. Like, it's very bizarre. So I guess she's saying that he wasn't being portrayed in the correct light, that he deserved this somehow. I know, dude, do you know how many kids take pictures like this? I mean, come on, dude. That doesn't mean that they're bad kids. Like, I can't even understand why she's saying this. This is just crazy to me. It's just crazy to me. All right, sorry. Just putting a reminder out here.
That case without
His
controversy.
face and all those look like so young. You know what I'm saying? Like, it looks so young. He was on his way back from a store, dude. You know?
I just wanted to talk about it. I wanted to put out my truth, and some of these things, in retrospect, probably looked racist. I could see that in retrospect.
You think?
And I apologize for that. But in my heart, it wasn't anything about Trayvon Martin, any of their race. It was about Benjamin Crump starting riots.
That letter, that open letter to his parents, certainly seemed like it was about him.
Based on a lie, and him wanting to make, whatever settlement, that housing association or whatever. This one was actually about the stand your ground laws. That's why that he wanted that one to blow up so much. But anyway,
I don't even know what the fuck she's talking about. I know what the stand your ground law is, but I don't know. I don't know what she's, honestly, dude, I wish they had fucking stand your ground laws here in New York, man. They don't.
That's why it was Ben Crump in every case he got.
But okay, the stand your ground law doesn't mean that you just shoot anybody that you fucking, perceive as even the slightest threat. You don't just shoot people. I mean, that's ridiculous, but I don't even know what the fuck she's talking about here. Clearly, she's on some fucking extremist belief shit.
It was the same story. Hands up, don't shoot. And Kendrick Johnson, they sent him to school with a book bag. He came home in a body bag. I mean, he's always got a slogan and.
Okay, and you're annoyed that he has a slogan? Nobody, no matter what color skin they have, should send their child to school and then have them never come home, dude. What's wrong with that slogan, dude? I don't understand. Why are you even bothered by that? I remember listening to this yesterday, and I'm like, this was right before I just had to fucking turn her off because I was getting so angry. And I was just like, what the fuck? Why are you even bothered by that, man? You can't have a slogan.
How anybody can look at that and think he cares about the cases?
Wow. Sounds to me like he cares. So she's I don't even know what she's trying to say here. She's trying to insinuate that, I don't know. I don't know. He's just trying to do this for attention or something. I don't know. Riots, money. I don't know.
I don't know. There's a lot of cases.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I don't mean to be rude. I won't be rude. That's just
No,
not the
you're
type of
fine.
person I am. But looking at the pictures of the people on the panel, it looks like I'm the only Black person up here. And
Okay,
I don't know how
make
many.
it that way.
No.
Yeah, you see how defensive she got? Do you see how defensive she got? I didn't mean to make it that way. That was so weird that came out of her mouth. That's not why this woman was saying that. So you see how she already has a defense up? She kind of alluded to that earlier about the people that were covering the Carly case, that she's like, oh, people are walking on eggshells. People have to walk on eggshells. She's already got this defense up, right? That people are thinking that she's racist all the time. Whenever a Black person says something, she's already like got that defense up before like they even spit out their words or make their point, because you've probably been accused of being a racist so many fucking times, like, and you have to ask yourself, well, if I get accused of being a racist all the time, what am I putting out there that's making people think this? She clearly hasn't thought that yet.
No, I'm just saying that I am speaking for personal experience. I'm not speaking from someone who has watched television or talked to other people in order to form an opinion. I have lived this life.
Okay.
And let me begin. And I apologize because I'm going to take a moment to give my background, because I'm not just someone who's pulling stuff out of my ass.
You don't
So
have to.
I just want to, I do. I want to. So I'm Black. I'm 43. My dad was in the military. I grew up on military bases. My great-grandparents were enslaved. My great-grandparents were the first generation to not be enslaved. I have their pictures. I have their names. I know my grandmother. I know my uncle who was lynched for voting in Georgia.
So fucked up.
Me, myself, I went to college. I have a degree in history. My bachelor's is in history, U.S. history. I have a law degree. I studied critical race theory before everybody heard about critical race theory.
Mm-hmm.
And I also have a master's in race, ethnicity, and conflict studies. I wrote my master's thesis on Black American participation in the Tea Party movement back in 2013. I watched Mike Brown's body on the ground for hours when that case occurred. I knew people in Ferguson who were on the street marching, who were there trying to advocate for his mother. And I started to participate in rallies from Chicago to Seattle. I'm based here in Seattle, down to Olympia, down to Portland. When people are talking about CHOP and all these other cities that were burned to the ground, guess what? I was there on the ground. I've been shot with rubber bullets. I have been pepper sprayed, pushed by cops.
And this is exactly the person that Heels is getting. She's like seething right now. You can fucking feel it. I can feel it.
Have been on the ground. So I'm speaking again as someone who has not only the education, but the personal experience to back this up. And I guess for me, when I see a live labeled accountability, what and I'm just speaking bluntly, expect to hear is, I made these statements. I was wrong for making these statements without having all the full facts. In the 10 years since I made those statements, I have grown as a person and as a creator. And this is how I will handle these types of situations going forward.
That is exactly, not in those same exact words, but that's what I was saying yesterday on my live before any of this even happened. And she, like, obviously, well, I'm not saying she has to listen to me, but I'm just saying I think that's basically everybody's concept when it comes to, taking accountability and then apologizing for your actions and, growing as a human. She doesn't seem to understand this.
I give grace to people.
Okay, wait, let me stop you there just for a second. When you say I made these statements, what, just like in particular, a statement about Michael Brown, which statement that I feel differently about, you're saying now that I've seen the facts?
Well, one of the things that what I'm still trying to get clarification on is I saw a video made by the jurors, and they pulled up multiple blogs from the past, and they showed how
she kind of wants to know what people like have on her. It's kind of weird the way she's asking these questions, because I mean, all in all, how you felt about all this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, how you felt on all these different topics. So like the fact that you're asking and acting like it was like some other person who did this is very strange.
The names in the websites and the URLs have all changed over that course of time, except for the name of the video. What they linked to were video or tweets
from my blog
or someone's blog. I can't remember the exact name, but they connected it to you. So if that is not the case, I guess that's why I'm here, because I was hoping to
see how she's playing stupid.
I didn't post that because I saw.
See how she's playing stupid. She's like, from my blog, like, dude, you have to know what you put on that blog. I mean, come on, you wrote everything. I mean, you have to intentionally go on a blog and post things. They don't get there by accident. You have to intentionally put these things on there. So why are you acting stupid as if you don't know what you put on your own blog?
Tweets where you have images of Black men with sagging pants and you're talking, making references that they're, or not you, but whoever is behind that tweet made references about sagging pants and being gay and other, comments like that. That's what I'm speaking about. These memes, these tweets, these posts. I get it. People have strong opinions about George Zimmerman. I certainly do. Trayvon Martin, I certainly do. Again, I'm black.
Okay, I'm going to stop you again just for a second, because if that meme, I honestly don't remember doing that meme. Was that a retweet or was that a tweet?
She just fucking said that it was on your blog, and she's like, I honestly don't remember doing that meme, but all right, so you might not have made it, but you somehow related to it in some sense and reposted it.
I don't remember.
It was a tweet. And,
Either way.
No, I'm just saying I don't remember doing, like, literally making it, because I'm not good at making memes, but
I'm sorry. And none of this is funny, but the way she's stumbling all over this is just too much for me to handle. She's like, well, I don't remember exactly making that one, but like, I'm not really good at making memes, so
yeah. I don't know at the time what was happening, but yeah, I didn't see anything about, I don't know. I apologize for that either way.
Why would you apologize for something if you didn't do it? Like, why are you even apologizing then? Because your back's against the wall right now? Like, it just doesn't make sense.
Either way, because right now, that I will agree, that looks racist and I guess homophobic. I'm just going to apologize for it. I'm not going to make excuses.
Well, I just want to say something. Hold on a second. Did they even get that far into explaining what the meme was? I feel like they just said about the sagging pants and they didn't even get, and she's acting like she doesn't know which meme they're talking about. But then she's like, oh, well, it looks homophobic. I don't even think, did they get into that part yet? Like, did I miss something here? So if she didn't know which one it was, why would she apologize? She didn't make it. She's not going to take responsibility for it. Why would she apologize for it sounding homophobic when nobody even accused you of sounding that way?
Thank you. That and again, speaking individually, that's what accountability means to me. I know I have changed. I know 10 years ago I had specific feelings about people identified as transsexual, right? Trans men, trans women. I work on that. I am a work in progress, but I will acknowledge that I have said things in the past and that I am working to improve myself so that I can be helpful in the next phase or in the future when someone else is being oppressed. I have been the victim of the oppression, and so I do not want to willingly inflict oppression on someone else. So that again is accountability. That's what accountability means.
Yep.
So
okay, as far as the gay, all that part of it, I will not take. That's why I'm saying I don't know that it's.
As far as the gay, I will not. I will.
That I don't know what it implied, but I am.
It said that if.
So right, okay. She said she doesn't know what it said. She doesn't know what it applied. Then why did you apologize for it coming off homophobic? Why would you even apologize then if you don't even know what it said? I don't get this. I don't understand. And look, I'm not saying that it's not hard to be backed into a corner and confronted with things that you've said. And, look, I don't remember every single thing I've said in my life, but like, you would think if you truly were taking accountability, at the very least, you would go and watch the video that was posted about you. So you could at least explain those things. You might not be able to explain everything, but the things that were put out, that they're out there. Why haven't you even so far as looked into them? I just don't get it. You know what I'm saying? Why haven't you even looked into them? And crazy. Hey, dear Krabby. Yes, I did. I know it's been a crazy week on YouTube. I did not expect to be live this often this week, but here I am, right?
Black guys are sagging their pants. It came from a prison culture where when you sag your pants, you're saying you're available.
That is so
Is that true?
ridiculous.
I don't know. But
No.
I cannot believe her reaction to that was, is that true? That was her reaction to that. I would have been like, oh my God, that's preposterous. Like, who the fuck said that? That's ridiculous. But she, I highly doubt that that's the case, just given the fact that so many people walked around with their pants like that. But I mean, that's just stupid and ignorant. And then she asks, is that the case? Like, what, dude? What? You just asked if that was true or not? Most of us know that just sounds ridiculous, but okay, you had to ask. You wanted clarification on that issue.
okay. Well, I think now that's why I'm trying to remember. But if that's what it said, if I did it, I promise
She got that Jodi Arias amnesia, guys.
you, I'm not homophobic. I'm not going to tell my personal life, but I will take accountability for that as far as it looks.
It's a prison thing. Is it real? Well, is it really having to do with gay people? And I never heard that, but I don't know. I mean, either way, what relevance does that have to any of these cases? You know what I'm saying? Like, why would you even fucking post that somewhere, dude? I don't know, man. I don't know.
Looks racist, and it could look homophobic to people as well. But
You think?
That I won't take at all. I mean, there's not one thing anyone could see ever that I've said that's homophobic, nor am I homophobic. But now
see, all right. I just want to point out the difference there. Before she's like, I don't feel like I'm racist, but now she's like adamantly like, no, I am not homophobic. And I just find that weird. You know, there's no, that is not the case at all. I am not homophobic. Like, she is very strong in her conviction on that one. But when people were accusing her of being racist, she's like, doesn't sound too sure that she's not. I mean, proof is right here. I just played it for you guys.
I've thought long and hard about this. If that's the perception, I cannot take that from you.
She fought long and hard about this, but she hasn't fought long and hard about the racism, just about the homophobia. She fought long and hard about it.
Or anybody. That's your perception. I can only say, I'm sorry, because I admit here 10 years later or 9 years later, that would look racist and frankly homophobic to me. And I apologize if that has hurt anyone. As far as Michael Brown, you said, I've learned facts.
I mean, dude, 10 years ago, this woman was a grown-ass adult. You know what I'm saying? Like, she wasn't like an immature, uneducated child 10 years ago. She was a grown adult. Socially aware grown adult 10 years ago. I just can't believe this.
I'm still
Beefers.
Michael Brown. I mean, what was his name? Darren Wilson. All the facts were there. And I think with that one, the hands up, don't shoot. Anybody it was horrible. Any murder is horrible. It's just all the destruction and fear and amping people up. And you as a protester, you're on the ground hearing all this. You're not looking at anything else.
No. That again, I started with my educational background.
Yeah.
Wait, what did she just say? Wait. I gotta rewind this. What did she just say? She was in her late 50s.
Amping
right.
people up. And you as a protester, you're on the ground hearing all this. You're not looking at anything else.
No. That again, I started with my educational background.
Yes, I know.
I wrote
I don't even know what she's trying to say.
Dissertation, and I actually went to Tea Party conventions, meetings. I have done ethnographic studies. I have been on the ground to study, read, and do that work.
But you
what
know the witnesses lied, right?
which witnesses?
The witnesses in my I really don't want to redo this. We can do that on another live.
Well,
But
She makes a statement. She's like, you know, the witnesses lied, right? And then when the girl asks her to, like, which witnesses, she's like, I really don't want to redo this. So then why did you even make that statement? Like,
in fact, why don't we do that? Why don't we come back at a different time
how about no?
and we'll talk about that.
How about I don't need to hear much more? You said enough last night for me to kind of just know that you're not my people and I'm going to stay away from you. Like, how about that?
Case, because you do know it.
I
And I
do know
would
it.
like to talk about it.
But I guess what I'm trying to say is I don't want to revisit that, because the
Okay.
point I'm trying to bring up is that there were comments about cities burning to the ground.
Right.
Name me one city that has burned to the ground.
None.
Okay. That was a figure of speech, but Ferguson.
Okay, so
There were Black
Ferguson is-
business owners crying
yes.
on TV
And
saying, please
Point
stop.
out that there were riots after the Super Bowl. There were
I know,
riots
yeah.
after the NBA championship. Oh,
I understand.
absolutely.
And the riots are like, when those things happen, like, you can't just be like, oh, all those people are all represent this whole other group of people. That's not how it works.
And there were riots in Toronto after the Maple Leafs got departed
I
in
know.
the playoffs.
That's
People
that's-
riot for ridiculous reasons.
Yeah,
It is
they always
not
do.
something that is limited to Black people. Now, my
okay.
Yeah, no, not at all. There's riots and all sorts of different reasons that are fucking crazy. And that's why, exactly. It's not, you cannot blame an entire group of people for the actions of a few, you know? Blame the group, but not the whole people as a whole.
or Martin Luther King once said, I just want to finish this. I'm sorry, I
No,
know
you
this
can.
is your panel, but I just want to finish this. Martin Luther King says that a riot is the voice of those that are unheard. And that is what gets people to listen. When you start
Mhm.
breaking windows,
I understand
breaking
that. but
cars, the news comes down very quickly to watch and see and report. Now, I think many of us in here can agree that when it comes to the news, many of them have their own agenda. They are making a profit. They have to show
Yes.
and gain audience one way or another.
I feel like right at this point, when she started letting people on panel, not that I don't think their opinions are important stuff, though, it started getting the whole thing off track. You know what I'm saying? Like this just went way off track at this point.
I think we can agree on that. But when they go into these communities, into these marches that I have personally been on the ground at, again, I have been on the ground at, they're only there for like 5 to 10 minutes, getting the shot of the window that is being broken, and then
Oh,
they're
yeah.
leaving.
I
They're
understand.
not there to talk to people like me, or they're not there to talk to the old elderly white man who's pushed by the police and whose head is struck and he's now bleeding. They don't stop to talk to those people. They just get their sound clip, their 5-minute, their image of the window being broken, and then they bounce because they don't want to be part of that. So again, I know it's a figure of speech.
This is getting just so far off track at this point, because I understand what she's saying, and I'm not trying to say that, you know, it's wrong, but it's just getting off track.
Say that something burned to the ground, but when we're talking about Black violence and the fact that there were Black cities that were burned to
There
the
weren't
ground.
just Black people out there. I didn't say that.
No,
I said
but
Ben
I'm
Crump.
making the illusion. I'm making the illusion between you saying Ferguson burned to the ground, and then we have the Tulsa riot, which literally burned down a whole Black
Absolutely.
neighborhood and
100%.
ruined businesses because of race.
100%.
When people are rioting, they're rioting because of anger, right?
Right.
When people
exactly.
are looting, they're looting because of anger. They want.
I'm sorry, but I don't agree. Like, that's not a good response for anger. There's just other ways of dealing with things, and that's really not a productive way of dealing with something, in my opinion. So, I mean, I don't agree with people destroying other people's things because they're angry. That's just not how you should handle things or be heard. But
to express how they feel as an oppressed people.
But this has nothing to do with anything that the current topic. You know what I'm saying?
And they know doing these extreme acts will get the news coverage, and that's
But
exactly
don't
what
you
happens.
think it should be for a
She kind of contradicted herself there because she just said that people doing this, no, they're doing it knowing that it'll get the news coverage. But at the same time, she said that the news comes down and only takes shots and sound bites, and they really don't even interview anybody. So that kind of just didn't make sense. I just realized that.
cause that is not
It is.
many?
It is my cause.
Black-
I'm alive.
I'm saying, I didn't say for a cause. I didn't finish. For a cause that will help many people, not that will sue the police department or will sue the school district. If it doesn't have money involved, then just Ben Crump. I'm not saying everybody. I'm just saying this one particular attorney, and this is just my opinion, that if there's not a way to get money out of it, he's not going to take your case.
That's your opinion. I mean, wow. That's a strong opinion.
That's my problem with him. I'm
And
not saying for a good cause. I'm saying for all of them would be good causes. If it's the police is shooting someone with their hands up, walking away, absolutely. But there was a lot to that case, and again, I'll get into it, and I don't want to. But if you would like to talk in it sometime, I would. But on that case, I wouldn't change my mind because it's all in my blog. I mean, everything I collect.
These cuts, all a bunch of trash wannabes, not the white trash drama.
Collected the evidence, the grand jury, everything. No, I wouldn't change.
Heels, I'm going to have to jump down shortly, but I just wanted to speak to Krusty's point. And
Okay.
I know I am a white lady, but this is also something I'm extremely passionate about. And the riots, the fighting, the picketing, it is, like she said, out of complete frustration, because it isn't one Mike Brown. It's not one Trayvon Martin. It isn't one person. It's not one George Floyd. It's a whole community of people who aren't heard. So how do you get heard? You have to be heard. And the frustration gets so overwhelming.
Right.
And we see it just in the missing children's cases.
Yes.
The blonde, blue-eyed thing,
This is just so weird because, go back to listening to her on panels and stuff like this. She seems so ignorant to some of these issues that we've heard her discussing and have totally opposing views on. It's odd.
I'm not saying destroy cities or destroy anything, right? But you're always going to have bad actors who are doing these.
But that's to get attention to a case
That's what she just said, though.
for an attorney. That's what bothered me the most.
For an attorney?
Because
Perfect.
they're-
And
Can I clarify that as an attorney, you have to be licensed to
I
handle
can't
a
hear
case?
you. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Or-
I'm sorry.
you
Can you hear
can't
me?
keep doing it. I
Can you
can.
hear
I'm
me?
sorry.
You can't keep doing what? I didn't hear.
The killing.
Yeah.
There was too much. It was just too much. And at some point it becomes overwhelming
Absolutely.
to the point where somebody's going to listen. There's a thing that Tupac did where he's making an analogy where he's like, I'm sitting outside the door and I'm hungry and I'm begging for somebody to listen to me and nobody wants to feed me and I'm starving. And finally I kick in the door and I say, okay, I'm here. Now you're going to listen. You're going to feed me now, because the frustrations become so overwhelming.
I understand that. But in this case,
Oof.
the medical examiner that was
Idiot
they
thing.
put up the autopsy report or the drawing, and that was bogus. I mean, there was just one thing after the other. You're trying to make it like he was making a case
Ugh, God, she's not doing herself any favors here.
from that. And so what I'm
Sure.
saying is there are other legitimate cases, tons of them.
Of course.
But it has to involve certain elements, mostly money, and stand your ground. There wasn't a lot of money, but it was a cause before it gets that kind of attention.
So you just disproved what your theory, I guess.
And it's,
But it isn't fair
it's-
to, right? It's just not fair to a Mike Brown or a Trayvon to have their case, their specific, before we know all the details, before we know who's lying and who's not lying, to have any judgment put upon these people. And it was purposefully done. I watched it all unfold on social media. Immediately, people were looking for pictures of them throwing up a gang sign, sagging their pants, smoking weed, wearing a hoodie, looking scary. That was immediate.
right.
That wasn't after the facts came out or after
Like, right. And I was one of the people trying to make that happen.
witnesses. After everything, you can say, well, I agree with Mike Brown's killing because this happened and I believe
No, I don't
Wilson,
agree
or I
with it.
don't. Well,
I don't
or you
agree
can
with
say
it.
well, that's good. I mean,
No, I
that's
never
what
said
Tracy
that.
was asking
You see how defensive she just got there again? Oh.
you, I think, is like if you
Oh,
agreed
no.
with the Trayvon narrative and you
Okay,
said
well, the
that you
Trayvon-
do.
See, that's where I think that's why you have to read. I keep hearing people telling me they watched the jerks. They watch. Those were pouring. I mean, I can see if you're just hearing these things, but also on
I'm getting
Trayvon
frustrated
Martin
again.
and Michael
With the
Brown
Twitter.
and Kendrick Johnson, there are other victims. There are people they're throwing up there that are getting death threats. They have.
Those people are not getting just thrown out there for no reason. I mean, come on. Let's be real. There's a reason.
Have wanted dead or alive for one of them.
Excuse me.
So there's also
That's
another
wrong.
victim in that.
Can I hop in?
Absolutely, that's wrong, but they're alive. They're live victims. Right?
Well, does that make the rest of their lives be ruined because
No,
Ben chooses that's going to be the
no, you should.
I really find it odd that she's so concerned about these young white boys, the rest of their lives being, quote unquote ruined, right? Let's just take the Kendrick case. Their lives being quote unquote ruined because they couldn't go to the college that they wanted to, okay, and play football, while not even empathizing with the fact that the family whose child died, their lives are ruined. Or how about the boy who not only doesn't get to go to the college he wants, but he don't get to go to any college because he is no longer here on this earth. I mean, these guys' lives aren't getting ruined. I'm sure, their lives are affected. I'm not saying that they're not affected, okay? But they're going to be able to still spend time with their families. They're going to still probably have girlfriends and friends and some semblance of a social life and a career at some point in time. Maybe not the career they originally planned for, but, a career. But when you're dead, all that goes away. You don't have, so like, I'm trying to understand why you have more empathy for somebody who's still living, whose life might be altered, as opposed to somebody who's deceased and now has no chance at ever doing anything in life as an adult. That's a very weird argument that she's making here. Sorry, just this.
Let the justice system handle
It
that,
doesn't.
but we don't smear Kendrick at the same
Well, I
time
wasn't-
because the bellboys are being threatened.
I need to
Right?
speak up for one.
He's not getting it. Like, she's just not getting it. And in doing this and allowing other people up on our panel, she really fucking pulled her pants down and showed her ass.
Of the victims, please.
Sorry.
I never smeared Kendrick Johnson. And
No,
if I
I'm not
did,
saying you did. I'm saying the overall picture is that's what people are seeing because
what
of the
Becky
memes,
is saying.
because of the words. Exactly. So that's really what needs to be addressed is how do you feel at your core about these victims, not about Ben Crump. You can explain that after, but
I felt
how do you
horrible
feel
for
about
This
Kendrick?
person's gotta
Horrible.
go.
Because
Sorry.
I've had breathing issues and I have had times where I couldn't breathe.
What?
To think
Heels.
of him in that gym mat, not being
Sorry,
able
I'm
to get
trying to
out,
block this
is
screen, but
horrific
it's
for me.
not letting me.
It was
Go ahead and
never
back to
about
it.
Kendrick or how he died or
So weird. Put this person just, you're annoying. See you later. All right. Hopefully that worked. She is, I don't even know what she's talking about.
what
This is
kind
when
of
I
person
stopped
he was.
listening yesterday.
It was about just the way everything went from day one. The president of the NAACP came out right away and said what she said. It was a whole thing. But to this day, they are terrorizing two boys, or they're not boys now, they're men, to the point where they go to engagement parties.
Again, I cannot believe her empathy for these two boys, okay, is more than the person that passed away.
It's relentless. And so that was
I
not
thought she said she dropped out of this case and hasn't been following it. So how does she know what they're doing to this day?
about Kendrick Johnson. I don't think anybody was saying anything about Kendrick Johnson himself. I think they did. Was it Kendrick Johnson? I don't know. I just know Jackie Johnson lied to you when she said she put that up
What?
because of me. That was
She did not tell me that. I typed that in your chat, by the way. Before I was willing to put anything from that crime scene video out, I contacted both of the parents.
Okay.
And at that,
I don't agree with that. Sorry. I don't agree with contacting these families, but like that, let them heal. I don't know.
point, they said, yes, you can. Now, I went on to read about the why behind the yes. I knew that they were going to say yes because I'd already seen their statements and I'd already seen them using the poster and all of that. But
You're confused as to why two innocent kids were accused. I think it was because they were having issues prior to this. They were fighting and having issues prior to what happened. And nobody knows if they're 100% innocent.
Still didn't feel comfortable doing it. But no, they've never said to me, yes, you can, because somebody leaked them. No, I just wanted to clarify
I think that was
as
Laura,
well.
maybe it was Laura that said that, but that they had been leaked.
Randy's life's in the chat. She's like, I can tell you why those boys are being terrorized later. It's not the time heals. Yeah.
And that's why they put that out. Because, well, I mean, they're leaked anyway. But that is, I mean, on its face, that was never an autopsy picture. That was taken.
Well, and I'm sure. Yeah, I know which one was taken for the dad, and then which one was on the white sheet, and all of that. And I'm gonna hop down. I'm sure there are other people who want to talk with you or ask you questions. I just wanted to really understand what you felt today. What would you have done differently, and what you really thought about the victims?
I don't think it was ever about the victims. Now, Trayvon Martin.
That's so weird. That's such a weird statement.
It was.
Why would you cover a true crime case if it's not about the victims? Isn't that what you claim to be about?
There was so much going on that in that case, boy,
there's so much going on in every case.
Really bad for. I mean,
respectfully,
yeah, I could see how you would look at that today without any evidence and say that, yeah, that I will agree that you could look at that and say that's racist, but it was not mine. I mean,
wow. So like every single thing that people bring up, she's like, yeah, I can agree that you might look at that like it's a racist. Yeah, that too. Yeah, that might be seen as racist. It's like, oh my God. Oh my God. I mean, yeah, I think she's saying that because she knows that it is. I mean, Laura said on her live a day ago or so that Laura has reached out to the family. Again, she had no reply yet, though. Yeah, probably because they know she's an idiot and they don't want to talk to her. Does anybody else remember Laura a couple months ago bugging out about people reaching out to families for interviews? Like literally having a shit fit on her channel and going, well, I guess that's what you have to do is reach out to families and blah, 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 blah. And people shouldn't be reaching out to families. And here she is a couple of months later reaching out to families. All right, I'm not gonna play this whole video because I actually have to go somewhere today, unfortunately, and I think I'm just done hearing her because she literally just fucking pissed me off. I mean, last night, I think I was so overwhelmed by her just lack of like everything, responsibility, accountability, whatever you want to say, and then understanding other people's perspectives. I mean, she seems like she's still, just from the little conversation here, she seems like she still feels the way that she felt back then. So, and she told us, you know, and if she's not sorry, then she shouldn't apologize to people. That's how I feel. Don't apologize if you're not sorry. Don't waste our time. Don't be fake, you know? But then why even get on a live and name the live accountability? You know what I'm saying? If you're not really sorry and you don't understand even why you're saying sorry. I mean, she literally made a community post the day before saying, asking people what she should be sorry for. And then, so if you don't even know, why would you even make a live to try to take accountability for stuff if you don't even know what you're taking accountability for? Doesn't even make sense. I just got the sense that she's highly manipulative. Highly manipulative person. And it just really reminded me of Diane 2.0. Just not seeing at all or understanding at all why people are upset with her in any way, shape, or form. Her last live timestamp around 3:27:00. What's that? I'll make her a fucking list. It's attempt to cover her ass. I think maybe that's part of it. Maybe she's scared of the backlash that she's going to suffer from this. And then she's trying to kind of save face while at the same time, just, you know, sometimes you just can't hide who you are or how you feel. You know, you just can't. So she's not doing a very good job of hiding it. And I feel like when somebody goes to the point of making an entire blog about, you know, something like that, it's because it's something that they're extremely passionate about. You know, so they're going to make a blog about it. So it's like, she's set in that way, you know, and I don't think she's going to see another point of view. The really just confusing part to me is like why she would come to call out JLR, Betty Bullhorn, Molly Golightly for their behavior when she's exhibited behavior, the same kind of behavior. It makes me wonder if these people knew each other prior to all of this, right? And maybe were even perhaps friends at times. And then something happened and she came here under a different identity to call them out. I don't know. I really don't know. It's just odd. She came here to target specifically those people and cover them. And it's like, how did she even find them? And then call them out for what she herself has pretty much done in the past. I just don't get it. And then she doesn't see the difference. She doesn't see the similarities in her behavior versus their behavior. She's like failing to see it somehow. Or is she? I believe Heels in the Air knew JLR. Very possible because he's been running in these true crime circles for years. For a really long time. And we all know that him calling her out just wasn't done for the right reasons. It's very odd. And they clearly knew who she was prior to him leaking it, because I remember Molly Golightly doxing her, basically. Not doxing her, but saying she's something, you know, her age and everything like that. So why did he also wait so long to expose who she is? It makes me wonder if BHB dropped her side of the lawsuit because they knew each other, and also maybe to get inside information. Good question on QB. Good question. How weird is it that she just dropped her that quickly out of it? Like, very strange. Very, very strange. You know, was she like a double agent? I don't know. He was in extremist blog and newsfear where she was. Well, that's what I'm saying, runs with scissors. Like, he's been running in these troll circles for a really long time. All these websites he has, the blogs. This is it's a small sector, right? It's like a small arena of people who are in that little bubble. And I feel like they might know one another, or they might have had, not necessarily were they friends or something, but they might have had interactions with one another at some point in time, right? She wanted everyone to focus on JLR and Betty. It's like, look at them, don't look at me. Yeah. I like that. It makes me wonder though, did she really see an issue with their behavior? Like, was that really true? Did she really see an issue with the things that they did online, or was that just bullshit? Was it some type of retaliation against something? I don't know. Betty dropped her because she kept blaming the lawsuit as to why she couldn't explain the blog. Right. No, I understand that, but it's just weird that she did it so quickly like that. I don't know. Can anyone see me? Yeah, we could see you. Look at the racist, but I'm not racist, deceitful. Yeah, dude. She did a lot of things. I don't even know if they were done intentionally. She said a lot of things here that I don't even know if they were done or said intentionally that didn't do her any favors. They ended up making her look even worse. No, she agreed with them, but had fun trolling as the opposite side. Possibly. When MGL went heels, that's when people started troll names on them, but kind of like blank screen, the troll name began to make content. Yep. I agree. The timing is definitely odd. And Betty knew she had no case against her. Well, that too. That's she don't even have a case against Queen Bee. Let's just be honest. It's bullshit. She acts like a disgruntled ex-employee going postal on JLR. Completely looks like she just can't let go. Yeah, I feel like there was some type of interactions that were probably maybe during these cases or involving these cases that, that she came back to try to fuck with them in some way. Maybe there was some age-old rivalry. Who the fuck knows? I really think she knows them and was sent in to get identities of creators. That's very possible. Get in there, be friendly with them. If that's the case, that's going to be mind-blowing. Mind-blowing. But then again, he's the one who kind of exposed her in the end. So Heels was like a reject that can't accept why they don't play with her. Maybe that's what it was. She wasn't, hold on. Wasn't she the one who called out BHB for signing WP? Yeah, dude. That's what I'm saying. Yes. I remember several videos of her calling her out. Like, it just doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. I don't know how she's not seeing. I want to look at. I'm going to look at her full blog, and we'll talk about it next week. But after I read some of it, I want to take a look at her full blog and really, really try to understand. Like, Burnt Toast went live last night armed with the knowledge. She read everything. I need to do that because I need to understand exactly what she was writing in there. Like, I want to get a better picture of what her purpose was, I guess, with that blog. Betty will file another lawsuit against Heels separately. Just wait. That's very possible. They came for her regarding her intro because she used kids dancing. I think she enjoyed triggering them. True. I originally said and told QB that just like BHB previous lawsuit, she was Burnt Toast ID. Wait, what? And I said, hold on, I'm sorry, I'm trying to read this. I originally said and told QB that just like BHB's previous lawsuit, she was Burnt Toast ID, and I said this was one to get BS. I'd cause the lawsuit to get BS. I'd cause the lawsuit was filed around the BS crap, and QB admit to knowing. I'm sorry, hon. I'm having a little trouble understanding that one. Hales has mainly targeted MGL than whoever surrounds her and their movement. Something's up here, dude. It's very strange. I didn't realize how many creators gave their personal numbers and were calling and texting with her. I don't know if they were necessarily calling and texting, but I don't know. Then again, I don't know, you know. I thought, like, I know, like, Burnt Toast, she's not giving her number out to anybody. So any communication she does is going to be through the internet somehow. Blank screens ID. I don't blame you. Betty won't go after Hills. This was an attempt to silence her further. Betty's scared as JLR and Molly. Maybe she wanted to get rid of MGL. I think a lot of people did, though. The date on the complaint was 6/13/2023. Which complaint, chick? The lawsuit? D. Hills was never going to be part of the lawsuit. I think they timed everything to happen now, and I think there's more to come. Yeah, because I don't even know how you would even include her in on that. Was she ever actually served with papers? I'm sorry, I haven't been following too closely with the lawsuit thing, but were they ever actually served papers for this lawsuit? I know that one of those girls, was it EKC or one of them, read it on their live stream, but it was weird because she read it and then I'm like, how does she have this? And then the people who are involved in the lawsuit haven't even been served yet. That doesn't even make sense. Right? Like, I was so confused. BHB wanted Burnt Toast ID. Yes. And I said, I think this lawsuit is to get Blank Screen's ID because it was filed right after QB and Heel said they knew who Blank Screen is. Oh, okay. All right. I mean, that's interesting. How did these YouTubers get a hold of it, though, before the people who are actually being filed in the lawsuit and named in the lawsuit? Like, that's always bothered me because it's just strange. It's hard to express my thoughts on so little characters. I understand. Sean King is an incredible human being, and her attacks against him and going real life on him caused her to shut down originally. She's so irrelevant now on Twitter, and now she's on YouTube as well. I would give my real number if we already didn't communicate through DMs. Yes, QB was served. It's on the court website. Okay. See, I don't even know where these people live. So I don't even know how to access any of this, but so she was served prior to the people on YouTube getting it. Cause that's like the one thing I've never personally been clear on. QB was served. It's on the court website. I think she just named on Queens. I think she was just named on Queens. Betty implied certain people will be served. Queen was the first. But when was she served? Was she served after? Oh, she gave it to those people? Okay, well, then that makes sense. I thought they had gotten it off the website. I will give you my... Betty and JLR are paranoid, and JLR devised the press as a way to drive anywhere to find, stalk, frighten anyone. Yeah, he's a psycho, that guy. UMMs, you always bring the truth, and I think the way you do. Thank you. No, she served after. So she was served after. The service happened weeks after the filing. All right. Wow. So weird. She's just doing this to waste people's time and resources. I mean, let's just be real. I know I think she's smart enough to know that she doesn't even have a case. She's just kind of taking a page out of JLR's book and, trying to scare people and shake them up and make an example of somebody. And she's a control freak, just like many other people that come on the internet and think that somehow they're going to control the entire internet. Like, it's like, okay, dude, I don't know. I feel like here's the thing. Okay. I said this to somebody yesterday. I was like, why wouldn't, hold on a second. I'm going to hold your comment, B. Tim, so I could read it after I finish this thought. Why wouldn't, I feel like I feel like Heels in the Air made a lot more videos pertaining to Betty at Bullhorn and JLR than Queen Bee did. So I don't understand why Queen Bee became the focus of the lawsuit, right? So why did she go after her instead of going after Heels, who was definitely, in my eyes, right? If I had to look at both situations and go, okay, who's really affecting this person? Heels in the Air has tons, I mean, countless videos with her name in the title and pictures and, you know what I'm saying, commentary on it. And then when you go look at Queen Bee's channel, I mean, I never looked at it as a whole, but like, I don't see that. I don't see as many videos. I don't see her constantly covering the same thing. So why would she go after Queen Bee as opposed to Heels? I've never understood that. All right, now let me read his comment because I could see it. Betty tried to serve her in the 4th month of this year, but missed her for 2 months. Eventually, when Dolly came live about Queen Bee being sued, she eventually did get served around maybe 6th month this year. So wait a second. So this was in the works long before we found out about it, which makes it even more confusing. Oh, wow. The reason why she targeted QB is because she wants to silence Queen Bee. She knew she couldn't serve Heels. Why couldn't she serve Heels, though? Why? Did she try to? It's all weird. Look, I'm not into conspiracies and shit. I'm just trying to make sense of it. It's strange, to say the least. How would she, if she already had, I'm telling you right now, they already had Heels' identity a long time ago. Okay. She had been doxxed, right? People said, Nunya said it. So, Betty did a cease and desist in April. Heels was previously sued, but could never be served. By who, though? By how the fuck could they not serve her, though? That's so strange to me. I mean, eventually they'll get you. I was proud of you for standing your ground with Heels last night. Yes. Same. Betty JLR believed Heels is good friends and may have told QB certain things privately. I'm so confused, dude. So confused. As soon as Heels went in a panel, they knew Queen Bee is the strongest link. Well, I guess so, right? Because she gets the most views. They're always going after the people that get the most views. You ever notice that? I've always noticed that. All of them, even like Laura, she's always going after the people that got the most views. I think that BHB possibly had Heels on the lawsuit to make it seem like Queen Bee knew Heels' background and had the same values to make Queen Bee look bad. Well, like, that's another thing that I didn't understand. Why did she only include her? Or was it other mods? I forget, but still, nonetheless, very strange. The lawsuit's bullshit anyway. You guys all know it. I know it. You know it. Everybody knows it. It's all bullshit. It's a waste of fucking time, honestly. And it really makes her look like a fucking asshole. I don't think she really cares, but it just does. I think that BHB. Oh, sorry. I just read that. Just don't. Hold on a second. I want to go back up here. You rebuke service and run like hell. Yeah, you should. I mean, right? Especially from some asshole on YouTube. Just don't accept service and avoid it. Yeah, because don't you have to sign for it or something? Maybe she thinks, like, and acknowledge that you received it. Maybe she thinks QB didn't have a lawyer money, so she thought she'd be an easy target. Knows Heels does? I don't know. Well, you would think, though, right? Okay, if you're suing somebody, right? Because essentially when you're suing somebody, you're doing it for some type of monetary reason, right? So why would you go after the person that doesn't have money? If they can't afford a lawyer, then they're not going to have money for you to sue them. So it just, I don't know. It just doesn't make sense. I don't know. speaks on shit that many won't touch. Well, I'm trying to make sense of all of it. I just don't, the lawsuit is bullshit, but it costs money to fight and countersue BHB for court costs. God, dude, that is so ridiculous. When is or I don't know if this is out there or whatever, but I guess it's easily found, right? If you could look up the court date. But when is the alleged court date supposed to be between them? Why would JLR not expose Heels with all he knows? In my opinion, he would tell all on her. Well, that's what I don't understand. Dude, I'm telling you right now, they definitely had our information for a really long time. And it's just weird that they decided to drop it right now for some reason. Right at this moment. The Zav girl thing, I guess, is what the catalyst was, but still. You can't use bankruptcy to get rid of a lawsuit and take 1/3 of their paycheck. That's why if you're a single mom of 3, it's tough to fight a civil suit. True. Heels was trying to stop her somehow. JLR and Betty went to the planned Parenthood in Tennessee that was burnt down the night before, and they were in Tennessee a day before. It was miles from the wells. Huh? I'm like reading all these different comments that are talking about different things, so I'm getting confused. Court date probably not going to be for a few months. Queen will have her lawyer do an answer, and then the court date will be scheduled probably. Oh, okay, so they haven't even gotten that far yet in it. That makes sense. It definitely makes sense. Typically, when something's filed in a court, the person has to be served, and they got their chance to rebut, or answer to it, basically. File a motion. And then, yeah, typically that's how it works. And then things are scheduled. And lawyers are fucking slow. I cannot even believe the court even took this. Because Betty's doing this pro se, right? She's not filing. I mean, I guess anybody could sue anybody for any reason. But, this is such a fucking waste of the court's time. It really is. And it's just for somebody who's always talking about, the USA and the Constitution and blah, 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 blah. You know that you're wasting time doing this. You know that this is a complete and utter fucking waste of time and resources. Come on. Very, very weird. Because Carly parents went to Atlanta and to PP looking for Carly. Yes, she is. Also cost Queen $250 an hour for a lawyer. I have to say, Tim, that's pretty cheap for an attorney. My attorney, when I had a DUI years ago, when I was in my 20s, and he was $500. $500 an hour. He actually was very good to me, though. I mean, he didn't charge me what he probably could have charged me, so thank God. But that's cheap in, no, I understand it's not cheap for a single mom, but not at all. It's a waste of time. That just shows me how fucking evil Betty is and how petty Betty is. She should change her name to Petty Bullhorn. I mean, come on, man. Over some shit talk. You really that fucking butthurt? Get out of here. Get the fuck out of here. I hope it blows up in her face. Ultimately, I hope it blows up in her face. They didn't have the link to the blog and Heels until someone came in a chat and dropped some hints last week. Forgot who's live. Then the jerks found all the info. I think that and this is my opinion, but I think that if JLR had that woman's name, he had it all. I really sincerely believe that. I mean, the community would help pay the cost. I'm sure. How has she? Yeah, no, she definitely did. She set something up already. I think she's gotten quite a bit of money, from what I understand, for legal costs. Thank God, I mean, because I personally wouldn't do that just because I've seen it go horribly wrong in the past. But in her case, is it raining? Oh, shit. In her case, I feel like, if you're a single mom, you just have no other choice at that point in time. Sucks. But that's what evil assholes like Betty Bullhorn do to people. Because if you can't control them, you're going to try to control the way others see them. Well, the person that told the jerks about it, in my understanding, was Penny Pumpernickel, who is basically Dolly main go-to to make videos against Queen Bee and others. Oh, interesting. the Planned Parenthood arson. Betty and JLR separated from being in Tennessee for the protest to film the Planned Parenthood smoldering. No one noticed because they centered on the wells. Ooh, that's weird. I didn't know that. I don't follow them. Like, I honestly don't follow JLR or BHB. JLR, I watched one of his videos and now he's all over my feed and I can't get him off. So I do see some of his stuff. But Betty Bullhorn, I just like, she's not on my thing, thank God. And I don't see anything pertaining to her unless it's on a clip channel or Burnt Toast is covering her, which I thoroughly enjoy it. Betty shouts about freedom of speech as long as it's not. Yeah, exactly. You're free to your freedom of speech as long as it's not against me. As long as it's not against me. Why did JLR post yesterday about him being in Proud Boys? Coincidence? Did he really? Hold on, let me look real quick. Because I do have to get off of here in a minute. I gotta go somewhere. Wow. I just want everybody to know, though, I said this earlier, and I don't think there was as many people in here. Like, do not feel stupid or embarrassed for, falling for this. Because when people are on the internet, right, they're only seeing the part, you're only seeing the part of them that they want you to see, right? That they want to project. And so, first of all, you shouldn't worship anybody on the internet. I'm not saying that people were worshiping her, but you know what I'm saying? Like, don't put all your stock into a stranger on the internet, basically. But like, she put out a certain image, okay? And being a good person, you believe that that's the image that, we look at everybody like that. I want to believe that everybody's good people. I know that a lot of people have made mistakes in their past, and I have too. Everybody does, but this is a little bit beyond. It's not a mistake. It's like, dude, you're living a double life almost, you're like two different people. This is just like a completely opposite person than to what we know. But don't feel embarrassed for not knowing. I mean, what are we supposed to be psychic, about people? The only person that should be embarrassed is her, because she got caught with her pants down. You know what I'm saying? She got caught looking a damn fool. She's the one who should be embarrassed, not you guys. Not us. Not the people that were friends with her. Her. Period. End of story. So don't feel stupid or embarrassed. You can feel disappointed, but just don't be embarrassed, because you didn't do anything wrong. I mean, take it as a lesson in dealing with people on the internet, right? Take it as that kind of lesson where it's like, okay, from now on, I'm not going to, put so much faith in somebody. Heels made herself look like the spokesperson for the KKK. Yeah, basically. She basically did. I said that last night. I was like, Jesus. I'm like, what was she, like, married to the Grand Master? Whatever. I don't know what they call people in the KKK, to be fair. There's a tunnel trail of cars in Mercedes on the 10 time. Oh, my God, dude. Why is this guy still trying to prove that Carly Russell lied? I mean, did the press conference not prove that? Look at this. How did he get there? Yeah, there was this kid when we were younger. We used to hang out. I hung out with this group that was like, that I grew up with my whole entire life from elementary school. And there was this one kid, Rob, and we used to call him Beetlejuice because, like, literally he would just, like, we'd all be like hanging out, right? Like the whole night, all of us would be hanging out. And then all of a sudden, right, it would be like 11:30 at night, and we'd turn around and he would just be standing there. Like, he wasn't there when we all started the night off, but then all of a sudden he would just kind of jump out of, it was like, I would be like, did this guy just like fall out of the sky or like jump out of a fucking tree? Like, where did he just come from? Because he would never like come and be like, hey guys, I'm here. He would just be there. Like, we would just turn around and all of a sudden it's like, oh, Rob's here. Like, where the fuck did he come from? And then he would disappear. And we don't know what the hell he was doing half the time. And then he would come back all of a sudden. But when he would come back, he would just appear out of nowhere like a fucking ghost. Like, it was so weird. And I feel like JLR is Rob. He is fucking Rob. I can't say his last name, but he's Rob. It's so funny. We called him Beetlejuice because we were like, dude, if you especially if you mentioned his name a few times, he would literally just fucking come out of nowhere. And we'd be like, where the fuck did you come from, dude? Like, you'd never see him walking up or driving up, or he didn't have a fucking car, sorry, riding his bike. And you never see him actually approaching the group. He just appeared. It was fucking weird. And that's like JLR. It's like, how does he, like, you don't see him traveling, right? You never see him in transit. You just see him at places. So fucking weird, dude. This guy's so weird. Look at his face, too. Oh, he creeps me the fuck out. And he still has not gotten a fucking lint roller for this hat. He still refuses. I don't know. He's very weird with the cat. I mean, look, me and my husband, like, we have like a certain voice that we do at my dog. My husband would never do that on, like, in public, the voice that he does. But this guy is literally talking to his cat. Like, it's fucking weird. And I think his connection with the cat is a little fucking weird. But I don't know. Maybe that's why he doesn't want to take the cat's hair off his hat. I don't know. And he's got those sleeves on again. Oh, dude, this is terrifying. Don't do that. Don't you dare do that again. Oh my God. The exact one. Look at this. This is so weird. Thank you, Cagney, for the delicious gyro and whatever the fuck. The exact one Carly Russell bought food at before she went missing. Dude, look at his face, bro. Bro, I think this is the most terrifying fucking thing I've ever seen in my life. That is absolutely terrifying. This is terrifying. I don't know. Working with 2 influential rappers to help bring awareness to children human trafficking. God's children are not for sale. I don't know. This is so weird. What are you doing? Look at him stand. Why is he wearing a bulletproof vest? Anybody? But of course, he still has those sleeves on. I don't know what's going on with those sleeves, but he's got them on all the time. And then here we go where he's... Sorry, I'm not going to show that on here, so... I don't even know why I was looking at his page. What the fuck was I looking for? Bro, that is so creepy. He's working with 2 rappers. Yo, my name is JLR. I don't have a car. I just appear at places and make weird faces. I like spaces, and I never had braces. Oh yeah, I did. I was a kid. Like, what is he gonna say in a rap song? What is he gonna say in a rap song? Oh my God. Yo, it's JLR. They call me John Lee Riches, bitches. I'ma put you in stitches and ditches. I like to hang out in ditches. And I like to sleep with the fishes. What the fuck, dude? What is he going to say in a rap song? Somebody, help me. Help me. I look really creepy. I talk to my cat and say meepy meepy. Like, what the fuck? Oh my God, dude, it's so weird. It's so weird. I like to wear sleeveys. I got black sleeveys. They're really tight, like me and Betty. Oh yeah, that's right. I'm gonna fight. Oh my God. Oops, I just kicked in my fight or flight. My skin is bright. I don't have any beard, because that shit is weird. I don't like to blink. But I like to show people my mom's kitchen sink. So fucking weird, dude. Snitches get stitches. So fucking weird. Do you guys remember when he showed the kitchen sink, though, on his live, the mom's kitchen sink? He's like, I'm standing here with the water running, just like Brian Koberger did in his apartment. I'm like, what? I don't know. It was like some weird thing. He was like, just like this. It was a weird thing like this, where he's like, I got a gyro. What do you guys think? What do you guys think about this? Here's the video. He actually does have a video that he's eating a gyro. How did he end up where this girl is, though? Like, he just lands in places. I swear to God, he's like an alien and he has like a little spaceship.
JLR investigates.
My biggest question is, how does he afford to travel like this? Like, I'm sure he makes money on his YouTube channel. He's almost at, well, he's halfway to 100,000. But I don't know. Does he make enough to sustain a life like of traveling constantly? Hold on. Is he on let me see if he's on Playboard real quick. I'm sorry, dude. We got totally off topic here, but I just can't with heels anymore. All I know is that I don't want nothing to do with her, and I just stay away from me. You're weird. You're fucking weird. And I don't want you around me. All right. Hold on a second. Let's see if JLR. I just want to see like what his possible income is, if it's even on here, but I have a feeling it's not going to be on here. Because there's just some people who for some reason their information. Oh no, it's on here. It's on here. Let's see. Total revenue 5,050. All right, see? Oh, wow. Hold on, let me show you guys this real quick. Oh, how come it's not? Oh, let me Oh, all right. Check this out. All right, as far as ad revenue goes, he could be making money, but I don't see that being the case. But his total revenue now in comparison, right? Because we remember Molly Golightly was making like over $100,000 a year at one point in time. $5,591. That's obviously not enough to sustain. I don't know if he does memberships on his channel, but where is this guy getting the money to travel from? I mean, because this cannot sustain all the traveling that he does. Does he drive? I don't know. I think he drives a lot of the places, which fine, that'll save him some money in the long run. But this is crazy, man. That's it. Super chats. $5,000. That's fucking crazy, bro. $5,591. That's really not that much, to be quite honest with you. I was expecting to log on to his page and see at least 20,000 or 30, but damn, that's low. And I don't know, again, I don't know if he does memberships on his channel, so maybe that's why that's just super chat, but that's pretty crazy. I would think he would, last 7 days though, he's made $117. Huh. I don't know where his money comes from. Most of his money is in Cash Apps and PayPal, maybe. What's mine? Can you look? Hold on a second. What do you want to see? Your revenue? You could see your own revenue though. I gotta look at this one day and see, like, because I always wonder if they count in memberships and stuff on here. And I don't know. And then my other question is always, when it says total revenues here, is that for the year? Like, they don't specify whether it's for the year, whether it's for the hold on a second. The art. Are you asking me to look up this? So, you know what I'm saying? So, like, I don't know where they get the figures from. I don't know if it counts super chat. I don't know if it comes up. See, some channels don't come up. That's so fucking weird. Are you monetized? Because if you're not going to come up on here, I don't think, unless you're monetized. I got to look one day, though, and see, like, because if you're monetized on your channel, then you should, you can see all your revenue and everything in Studio or your AdSense, account. But I would be curious to know how accurate this is as far as like what you receive and then the length of time, because I can't figure it out still. The average, voices, the average person makes about $300 a month on super chats. I mean, sure, somewhere around there. And I'm certainly not rich. That's what I'm saying. I'm just like, I know he has a lot more subscribers than I do, so don't get me wrong. I would think he was making more money than I am, but I apparently not. I don't know. Well, at least in super chats, right? I don't think he goes live all that much on his videos, though. I think he does a lot of uploads, but he also has several streams of income because I'm sure all those blogs that he does have, AdSense and they're monetized and everything. So just what it says, I don't make money. Oh, well then, yeah, then your thing's not going to come up there. That's why I don't think it would come. I don't think it's going to come up. I just got paid. It was $189 this month, so it's pretty accurate. You got paid already? Oh yeah, today's the 21st. I always get paid on the 22nd. I swear to God, they I don't know. I got to look at my thing, but I always get paid on I think it's the 22nd. And thank you everybody who always, part of memberships and everything. I appreciate that. But yeah, I get paid on the 22nd usually. You need 200 followers to get monetized. I get mine on the 21st. And a lot of people do, but mine sometimes doesn't come through until the 22nd. Well, if people go there and subscribe to your channel, the money is, look, I always look at it like this, right? Every bit helps, but you're not gonna, I don't know, to make a living off of this, I just can't imagine how much money you would need to fucking make a month. And I don't think anybody in our little community is making that. And I know several people that call this their, quote unquote jobs. Like Molly Golightly easily could have lived off of her YouTube income, right? $100,000 a year for somebody who has no bills to pay. If I was making $100,000 a year on here, I'd be fucking sitting pretty, But, Laura, I don't know how she's living off of this shit because there's no part of me that makes me think that she's making enough money. Even with this, combined with her Patreon and her candle business, if she's making $40,000 a year, she's lucky. I don't think she's making quite that much. And this is not dependable. This is not dependable at all for money, as a job, which is really scary to me. Really, no, not per month. I'm saying per year, Shannon. If she's taking in $40,000 a year, I think that's a stretch, but she said straight out, right, that she pays her rent off of her super chat. So that's only $1,500 a month if she's even getting that, right? I don't know how the fuck she's surviving, dude. And not just surviving, raising 3 children off of this, because this ain't dependable, dude. This could be pulled out. Any job typically, right? Any job potentially could be pulled out from underneath you, right? You could get laid off, you could get fired, or you could just lose your job. Your company could decide that, hey, look, we don't need your position anymore, But this is just there's no dependability from month to month. When I look at my AdSense and how much money I've made in the past, every month is so drastically different that I would never be able to if I was a single mother, I would never feel comfortable depending on this. I would have to go get a real job. I was never one of those people that could work a job where you didn't get a set amount of money. Even when I went and did real estate school years ago, and then I was I need to you might have to work for 3 or 4 months where you're not going to see any paycheck. That's kind of scary. And in the position I was in at the time, I wasn't in a position to not be, having money for 4 months straight. I didn't have anybody paying my bills at the time. So suing as a scare tactic so no one talks about their dirty actions on the ground, and tragedy pimping creators will expose their fraud funds. I say Laura get some help from mom and a little support from kids' dad, health insurance and survivorship, but no walk in the park. Yeah, I agree. She has to be getting help from somebody. There's just no way. There's just no way she's making enough money. There's just no way. It's impossible. She's not pulling in the numbers, and you could literally watch her videos and see that she's not getting more than a couple $100 in super chats at the most. but for some reason her shit don't come up here on Playboard. I don't know how that's possible, but she does come up on, what's the other one? Social Blade. And that one gives an estimate, but it's like, I think the Social Blade estimate is only on ad revenue, which we all know nobody could survive off of ad revenue. I don't even monetize most of my videos. Although, you know what? When I get these messages now that there's like a shared monetization for people, like if you have like a copywritten thing, I might start monetizing those shit. All right. Let's see. Perplex QT. I'm just curious to see as to what this says. I don't really give a shit how much money she's making. I just like I just know for me, not having a stable source of income would scare the shit out of me. See, like on here on Social Blade, it says estimated yearly earnings. Well, this is just for, again, it says 310 to 5,000, and it's probably more close to the 310. Then it says, it's so weird because it says estimated monthly earnings $414. So I'd say that's probably accurate for her super chats. I don't know, AdSense. I don't know. At least Social Blade. Hold on, let's see what Social Blade says because it has a question mark. The default estimated CPM reach for Social Blade is blah blah blah. This can be changed. Oh, all right. I don't even know what that means. Don't know what that means. I don't know. I really don't know. Ooh, she left 100 minus 100 on Thursday. What'd you do there, girl? Actually, is Social Blade starting to show? Because see, is it super chats? Is it counting super chats? Because I don't know. I don't know if she monetizes her lives. If she does, I cannot believe she gets monetized because she curses a lot. So, all right. Anyway, I need to get out of here, guys. I gotta go. Yeah, places to go, people to see. My dog has a bigger Instagram channel than I do. That's so funny. All right. I will see you guys next week. I think next week on Monday, we might do a little ride out to Gilgo Beach. So stay tuned. Stay tuned. But yeah, I will see you guys. Have a great weekend this weekend and go out and get some fresh air and heels in the air. Stay the fuck away from me. Okay? Thanks. You're crazy. All right, I'm out.